Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jake, and this is our 2 cents where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing Tank Davis, the victim. Shakur continues to cap. Deontay Wilder fed up, and Devin Haney's new case. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button, and make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live stream today. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at $2 boxing, or let me know and dropping it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live stream. Man, it's a ton of things going on in boxing today. I don't even know if I'm gonna get to cover everything, but it's ladies' night. Let me drop the link to all the ladies that come by on the channel. This is your night to come up, chit chat, talk about boxing without all the emotional men on the panel crying and talking over you. You know how they do. Crazy news. I don't know if you already seen the video, if you already heard Devin Tank Davis statement released. And why when they released that clip, they only released the clip of the part of the judge telling Tank about the restraining order or the stay away order or whatever it's called. Like, why they only released that little clip, but they didn't release what the lawyer said? I think it's strange. But this, I've never seen anything like this in boxing. This may be the biggest turnaround and just big middle finger to the public we may ever see. Because a lot of people jumped out the window, jumped off a building, slant. Like, it's one thing to have your opinion. Like, yeah, man, my opinion, I think this, blah, blah, blah. It's another thing to just blatantly make up shit. It's another thing just to blatantly just make up stuff and lies. One thing to have your opinion. It's another thing to just make up stories. Spin stuff. Read AI scripts. Let me pin this to the top of the chat. So, y'all know it's Friday, ladies' night. I'm gonna chit chat with y'all till the other ladies pull up and hit the link. We're gonna go through a couple videos. I don't even know where to start. What's been the most interesting thing to y'all this week in boxing talk? Let me know and drop it below. What's been the most interesting topic to y'all this week in boxing talk? For me, I like the Deontay Wilder incident. We're gonna talk about that tonight. And I might lead with that. Let me find this video. I might lead with that because I see it's a lot of mixed reviews about the Wilder situation, and that's cool. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. It's a lot of mixed reviews about the Deontay Wilder situation. And I'm going to give my 2 cents about it. And let me say this, like, for some reason, I keep having to remind people that this is our 2 cents where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion over here on this platform. I'm not a breaking news channel. I'm not a sports prediction channel. I'm not a hardcore, because I'm a casual. This ain't no hardcore channel where we talk about belts and rules. I mean, we do. We will. But that shouldn't be the expectation when you come over here. So I'm constantly being accused of being biased. And I just want to tell y'all can stop accusing me of being biased. I am biased. When you come to my platform, you are listening to my opinion. So I don't get that. Like, I'm not sitting on here acting like I don't have my own brain and my own thoughts and just for the sake of being unbiased. That's not what happens over here. I see a situation and I give you my 2 cents about it. Like, I mean, this is what I think. I don't understand. I don't get this whole bias thing. People just like a little word people just like to throw out. They don't even know what they're talking about. It's annoying. Everybody got their own opinion. If y'all want to go listen to people that don't have an opinion, Go listen to them. I have an opinion. It's simple. You have your opinion. I don't get this whole bias talk everybody keep, you know what I'm saying, trying to do. All right, so we're going to take a look. But you know what? All right, this ain't much for us. We're going to take a look at Deontay Wilder. And I'm going to give y'all my 2 cents about the situation. But before I do that, let me say what's up to the people in the chat. See what's going on with the people in the chat. Boxing Hacker, don't come over here with that dumb shit, bro. All right, we got All Things in the building. What up, All Things? Ramon Seafood, what's going on? Teach, Shakur did not sign a 5-fight deal. What, Teach? KO just showed you the clip of the guy saying Shakur signed a 5-fight deal. Is he not still fighting with Eddie Hearn? Come on, Shakur, y'all got to admit defeat. I mean, come on, Teach, you got to admit defeat. I kept asking y'all, why is Eddie Hearn, what up, Omega Red? Why is Eddie Hearn at the press conferences? Why is he with Shakur? Why is he following Shakur around? It don't make sense. Y'all got to use common sense sometimes. What up, Tez 305? Why is Eddie Hearn sitting up there at the panel, at the podium, at the press conference? What's up, Marshawn West? Why? What's up on the money line? Boxing Hacker in the building. But is that a new deal or part of the original deal? Boxing Hacker, you remember when, let me see if I can find this on Instagram. You remember when he fought Padley, right? And then he pops up on IG sitting at Eddie's desk or something that was going on and saying how he had, let me see some Eddie Hearn thing. He had said that he had re-signed or extended the contract or something like that. Let me see if I can find it. And we was like, he back re-signed with Eddie. He signed for more fights. But maybe originally he just signed for a 5-fight deal. I'm about to try to find it. If anybody can find what I'm talking about with Shakur sitting in the desk or Eddie or something, it was right after the Padley fight. Whatever the case may be, Boxing Hacker, re-signed, 5-fight deal. He been lying. He been lying. Whichever the case may be, he been lying. Lee Jackson, what's going on? Gecko Kid Marco in the building. Yeah, Eddie's a promoter. I'm aware of that. Adorius Warren, what's going on? All right, punch that like button. I got 22 people in the building, which means hold on, y'all. I should have 22 likes. I'm trying to see how many likes I got. Let me get the like check. So I guess I've been reading the different reactions about this on Twitter. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Y'all know how I feel about that. I got 16 likes. I need to get the likes to 23. Punch the like button. Double tap the screen. Whatever you got to do. Let's get the likes up. Everybody talking about how they love you. 2 cents. We love your show. Listen, then hit the like button. Hit the super chats. Hit the cash app. Drop your 2 cents in the comments. Engage. Now, Deontay Wilder believes that he was cheated by Tyson Fury. And Deontay Wilder is one of my favorite fighters. And I can't stand Tyson Fury. And I never liked Tyson Fury. Like, I just never was a fan of Tyson Fury. And I was like, why does Wilder want to pull this nigga out the gutter to fight him? But anyway. And I seen Deontay Wilder get cheated on national TV. Boxing Hackers Ladies Night. I seen Deontay Wilder get cheated. And some people seen the floppy glove. Some people didn't see the floppy glove. I don't even understand how the floppy glove thing is questioned. Like you've never seen that before that night, and you've never seen that after that night. But for somehow people don't want you to believe your own lying eyes. So whatever your 2 cents is about that situation is what your 2 cents. I think Tyson Fury cheated. He is a known cheater in the sport of boxing. He's been caught cheating before multiple times. So it's not hard for me to believe that he cheated Deontay Wilder. Understanding the connections with the mob, Kinahan, all this stuff going on, like a lot of y'all don't understand that backstory, that corrupt part of it that's going on within this fight. There's a reason that Tyson Fury cannot come back to America. He can't even come back to the country after those fights. But nobody ever questions that. They just sit here and act like Deontay Wilder's crazy because he just got beat. He can't take he got beat. He's a crybaby. Are y'all serious? The man is banned. Does anybody ever think to be like, damn, why is Tyson Fury banned from the country? Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever was like, why is Tyson Fury banned from the country? And then you went to go do a Google search to figure it out. Anybody ever did that? Put a 1 in the chat. But let's check out the video.
I wanted to move you on to Tyson Fury.
I don't want to talk about him.
No, you're going to.
We're here about this.
No, but you're going to.
We're not going to talk about him. We're not going to.
First of all, he did take legal action, Boxing Hacker. That's how he got the rematch. Because he went to court and showed all the evidence because Tyson Fury was trying to duck out of the rematch, Boxing Hacker. But anyway, let me rewind that back. I want y'all to listen to this.
I wanted to move you on to Tyson Fury.
I don't want to talk about him.
No, you're going to.
We're here about this.
No, but you're going to.
We're not going to talk about him. We're not going to talk about him.
Now, Deontay Wilder was cool. We're gonna walk through this, right? Because people try to act like Deontay Wilder just spat. He's traumatized. He's so emotional. He said, I want to move you to Tyson Fury. Deontay Wilder said, we're not going to talk about him. Let's move on. He was calm when he said it. And he said, we're not going to talk about him. We're going to move on. And the listen to what the host told him after he said that. Listen.
To Tyson Fury.
I don't want to talk about him.
No, you're going to.
He told him, he said, I don't want to talk about him. Let's move on. He said, no, you're going to. Do y'all hear me? He told him, no, you're going to. So imagine you having a conversation with somebody and you're like, I don't want to talk about that. And they like, no, you're going to. That's when his whole energy changed.
About this.
No, but you're going to.
We're not going to talk about him. We're not going to talk about him at all. Understand that?
No, fair enough.
All right, then. So let's move on. It's all about David Chisora. That's it.
I understand that. You've called him a cheat. and it leads me
the biggest in boxing.
That's like a little bit flaky. You lost those fights. And those fights were lost. Kind of disappointing to me.
You can say what you want. I know the truth. I have the facts.
Okay.
Understand that. I risk my life for you's entertainment to see.
No, absolutely.
So why I ain't never lied about none in this business. Why is it so hard to believe a black man than a white man? Understand me?
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to believe a black man than a white man?
Why you don't believe it?
Why is it?
First and foremost, it's got nothing.
Look, Derek Chisora hopping in. Like, why you don't believe him? You're gonna believe Tyson Fury cheating? He's a cheater. Everybody knows Tyson Fury's a cheater in boxing, bro. Tyson Fury is a literal scumbag. Nobody likes Tyson Fury. He can't even fight in the country. They don't like Tyson Fury in the UK. They do not like Tyson Fury in the UK. But for some reason, when it comes to Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury is some stand-up guy all of a sudden. And Chisora on his ass too. He like, yeah, why you don't believe him? Why don't y'all believe Deontay Wilder? Y'all seen the floppy glove. You seen it. You seen Deontay Wilder looking crazy in the ring, blinking like. Go back and watch that fight. Deontay Wilder, when they rub that stuff on his eyes, you know, in the corner how they rub that stuff on your eyes, is right after they rub the stuff on his eyes. And he just started blinking like crazy. Like, what? Like he, whatever he had or whatever they gave him, he started feeling it at that moment. He keep wiping his eyes with his glove. He keep blinking all crazy. And I remember when I was watching the fight, I looked at my husband. I said, why does Deontay Wilder look like that? Why the fuck? I said, is he scared? Why does he keep blinking like that? Never seen him ever look like that in a fight. And then I'm watching him in the fight. He looks weird. He landing right hand after right hand after right hand on Tyson Fury. And it's not doing nothing. But somehow, for whatever reason, y'all don't want to believe that Deontay Wilder was cheated. You're going to believe the guy that can no longer fight in the freaking country. Are y'all serious? Are y'all serious? And this is his point. Y'all know I'm not one. I don't like to play the race card. But why y'all can't believe the black? Why y'all can't believe the black man? Like, well, I don't understand. The nigga's banned from the country. He got the proof and the evidence. Y'all know he was connected to the Irish mob. Y'all know they cheat in boxing. MTK Global bans a $5 million bounty on Kinahan's head, and this is who Tyson Fury is associated with. But we don't believe he cheated.
To do with color.
No, yes. This whole country got some. This whole world got something to do with race. You think your life has been like mine?
Listen,
come on, you got white privilege, brother.
Oh, don't start.
I ain't never had that.
Don't start.
I'm a black man with dark skin. Ain't nothing ever been given to me. We done been through so much. So much.
You wanted to move on, right?
Come on, man. Try to give you a vision, a little insight of what we go through as black people, man.
I got it.
You don't get it.
Well, okay.
None of y'all get it.
Where do you want me to go?
Y'all don't get it. And that's the problem. You think you get what you don't understand.
Okay. Listen, that is one of my new favorite quotes. You think you get what you don't understand. And that's what's wrong with a lot of y'all boxing fans, especially y'all hardcore fans. In my opinion. Y'all think y'all get what you don't understand. Like you think because you know the rules and how it's supposed to work that you get it, but you don't understand it. Because that's not how it really works. It's so much nuances and intricacies and politics that go on in boxing. For you to sit here and cry. And, I mean, I know we make, here, Doug, we talk and this and that just for the sake of entertainment. But when you pull back the curtain and you really get into it, y'all think y'all know what you don't understand. That's why when I say things on here and I talk, and then all the hypocrisy be exposed, all the people that was on here, on this internet, on this YouTube app, talking to y'all with common sense and logic, whether we were wrong or we were right, it made sense. And for the most part, how often are people that's using the common sense and logic really wrong? Those aren't the people that be wrong. Those are the people that y'all want to come and argue with and disagree with and discredit. Even though time after time after time, the hypocrisy is exposed. And y'all just jump through the hoop like y'all don't see it. But it's because y'all think y'all know what y'all don't understand. And I don't care what nobody is saying. Deontay Wilder got a point. He told him, I'm not going to talk about Tyson Fury. He told him, yeah, you going to talk about it. He like, what? How you going to tell this grown man he going to talk about it after he told you he don't want to talk about it? He going to move on. Y'all be the main ones on here talking about if somebody disrespects you, you can respond however you want to respond. But since it's Deontay Wilder, he tripping. He traumatized. He can't handle the loss. He's mentally unstable. That's what I'm seeing all day on X. Them losses really messed him up mentally, and they probably did. But that ain't got nothing to do with this moment right here. He's making a very valid point. And the reason why a lot of people don't agree is because they think they understand what they don't. They think they understand what they don't. Boxing Hacker with the $2 in the super chat. He says 2-6. Do you think Mark Breland poisoned Wilder? Wilder said Mark Breland poisoned him. Who else would have poisoned him? I don't know if Mark Breland poisoned Wilder, but he feel like somebody poisoned him. And he feel like it was Mark Breland. Shout out to Boxing Hacker for the $2 in the super chat. See, y'all got to stop living in like this lollipop fantasy world where y'all think people aren't corrupt in cricket. People are corrupt in cricket. Like, people, and it's boxing, the most corrupt sport. Like, what? Like, if boxing is the most corrupt sport, and then you hear about some corrupt cricket shit, and then you don't, it's just impossible out of the realm of reality that ever happened for you to ever believe. It's not hard to believe Tyson Fury cheated. I just went down the laundry list of reasons why. So if Deontay Wilder's, and I seen the floppy glove on TV, and Deontay Wilder looking like he was drugged. Shout out to Curtis Robinson with the $5 in the super chat. He says, the queen showing love, putting color in the chat, keep grinding. That's all I'm saying. So whether you think he did it or he didn't do it, that's irrelevant, Boxing Hacker. Somebody drugged him. The question is not, do you think Mark Breland drug him? The question is, how did he get drugged? Because he was drugged, regardless of who did it.
Why is this so hard? Man, let me get the out of here, bro. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Talking about my peoples and all that shit. It's hard to believe a black man and a white man. The cheated. Tell him to sue me so I can show the facts early. Because when the documentary and everything, the story come out, I'm going to show everything.
Fantastic.
I'm going to get all the people that know and all the people that's in the inside. He got people that the inside of him. That you know. I don't, what? I don't about that. I said we didn't want to bring him up in the first place. It ain't got shit to do with him.
Fair enough.
The you talking about?
Yeah, man, you, man, I'm out too.
What happened there wasn't right.
He told you don't bring it up, but you
come on.
Hey, Jasor say I'm out too. He told you don't bring it up, and you brought it up anyway. And you brought it up anyway. Because he said he was drugged, Boxing Hacker. What do you mean, why do I think? He said that. He said that he was drugged. Fury gloves was tampered with. The fucking referees was cheating. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all tripping. I don't even think that fight was a draw. Even if Breland, y'all keep saying you don't think Breland did it. Okay, he think Breland did it, but if Breland didn't do it, he was drugged. Is the whole thing. He was drugged. He like, damn, who the fuck could have drugged me? It only could have been Breland. I need you up out of here. I would have did the same thing, y'all. If I felt like I was drugged, and I'm thinking back, and I'm thinking you the only person that could have drugged me, I'm gonna get you out of my camp. Would that not be the smart thing to do? What sense would it be for Deontay Wilder to say he feel like he was drugged and then don't change nothing? He feel like somebody in his camp drugged him and then don't change nothing. Then y'all will be like, I'll be like, so you must obviously don't think nobody in your camp drugged you because you kept everybody around. But he didn't do that, did he? And all I'm saying is Deontay Wilder say he got the facts. He said he gonna drop a documentary. So if he gonna drop it, he gonna drop it. If not. If he think he was cheated, then let him think he was cheated. Like, I don't understand. You can feel like he wasn't cheated, but we're not gonna get on the internet and be like, oh, he having mental issues, he having a mental breakdown. So you telling me that what we just watched made you think that Deontay Wilder's having a mental breakdown? Really? A tad bit hyperbolic, if you ask me. Jupe say, how we gonna tell him who did what to him when he know who had what? Exactly. How y'all gonna tell him? Y'all not gonna tell him. And we saw it with our own. That's what I'm saying, Jupe. It's literally people, Jupe, on this internet. Let me drop the link. It's late night. What you doing in the chat? Honestly think he really believes it. He was cheated, y'all. It's not what he believes, it's what happened. We all sat here and watched the floppy glove. We all watched the loan count. We all watched listen, everybody's entitled to their own opinion over here. If you don't think Wilder was cheated, cool. Cool. Ramon say people are so programmed where they will act like the pale man don't have the capability of cheating and the black man. This is crazy work. But this is what's crazy though, y'all. Tyson Fury has a history of cheating. He's been caught cheating multiple times. He's been caught taking the padding out of his gloves in sparring. He's been caught with the little thing thumb part clipped off on his glove before the fight starts so he can stick his thumb in people's eye. He's been caught taking steroids. Tyson Fury's been caught cheating. Tyson Fury is known to be connected to the Irish mob who shot people at weigh-ins. What? See, that's the problem. Y'all think y'all know what you don't understand. Shout out to Deontay Wilder. That's one of my new favorite quotes. Shout out to Marshawn West with the $10 in the super chat. She says Wilder was disrespected. He is claiming Fury cheated him, just like Devin cried and ran to the police on Ryan for cheating him. Ooh, shout out to Marshawn West. Like, I don't understand. Shout out to Cash Crypto in the building. So you give it a rundown on Tyson Fury, and they'll still tell you he tripping. The man can't even. Once again, why is nobody asking why Tyson Fury can't fight in the country no more? Nobody care? Nobody care why Tyson Fury can't fight? Nobody is wondering why Wilder is saying that shit deep. He was connected to the mob and all kind of stuff going on. Y'all gonna overlook all that. And just like he just got his ass whooped. He just need to stop crying. Wilder never had no skill. He couldn't box. Wilder only fought tomato cans. Even if all that is true, he was cheated. And for some reason, for certain fighters, people just can't be honest. It's unbelievable to me. Like, it's like 90% of y'all, the boxing community is under the boxing community on this internet is under some type of hypnosis. I don't know if y'all under some type of spell or something. I don't know. But it's strange. We got Chef Jupe in the building.
Hey, Tuset.
What's going on?
What's going on? I was like, okay, you know what? I was trying to prep some, cook some stuff, and I'm like, I'm gonna hop on in a minute. But you talking about Wilder, and so I'm like, let me just hop on right now. Cause I've been, so I would admit, I was a Wilder fan. I'm still a Wilder fan for a very long time. I acknowledge, his deficits, the things he can do and can't do in the ring. I know people like, and I feel like people excuse things away by saying, "Oh, he don't have any skill," blah blah blah. But I will say this: he had a more competitive fight with Fury than Klitschko did, and everyone claims Klitschko is like one of the great elites, right? Klitschko couldn't touch Fury, right? We can say a lot of things. I've seen him beat somebody who was.
But guess what? Guess what, Juke? Klitschko looked drugged in that fight too.
Right, and that's the thing. Like that's what's irritating my soul. And again, like. That's why I love Wilder, because Wilder gonna say whatever. People are so worried about what people think. Man, you gotta get over it. It's crazy. It's like I remember watching that fight and everybody like, what's going on with that glove? We saw it. And what's funny is that wasn't even the first glove problem he had in his career.
Right.
He's the only person I've seen. I can't remember the name I'm gonna go down his box rec because I can't remember the gentleman he fought. Fury, is the first boxer I've seen where they've had to force him to change gloves in the fight.
Yep.
Because he had dug a hole in both the thumbs.
Yep.
He has been caught using gloves to scratch you, do all kinds of stuff before. Fury is on tape saying, when you go, be careful what you drink things, they'll put something in your water. Years before the Wilder fight.
Yep.
It's
a clip of Fury somebody
your hands to make your hands harder. He literally was like, everyone cheats. And they said, not you, right? And he gave him a look and a smirk. Fury is like, there's no one who has been known and associated with cheating more than Fury himself. Like, so exactly. This possibility, like, man, I think he was cheating. What do you mean you think? We saw it. I saw gloves don't do that. Your wrists don't bend like that unless he's a freak of nature. Your wrist. I've been watching boxing for decades. My dad been watching boxing longer than me. We've never seen anything like that, and you haven't seen it since. So That's the thing. And so, like, oh, he has the right to be mad about being cheated if you do something wrong. And this was crazy. They tell me how he going off, and oh my God, I hear y'all go. I hear especially some of these gentlemen in here. I hear y'all snap and curse people out and ready to fight people over an opinion over if your favorite fighter can beat someone or not. I seen you go harder over stuff that don't affect you personally. But this man, career was forever changed over him being cheated by someone who's a known cheater, and he's crazy because he speaks out on it. That's because some of y'all are cowardly and wouldn't say anything because you're so worried about pride, what people think about you, because you're so manly, but you worry about everything. You are alpha, but you worry about what everybody say about you because you don't got a man of your own. But the minute he do, oh my God, he's crazy. No, he's not crazy. And he asked, and what's crazy that he asked the guy, I don't want to talk about it. He kept pressing. And I'm happy that Chisora kind of stood up for him, because when he said, I don't want to talk about it, that's it.
Did you hear what the guy said to him?
Once he got serious, once you saw he was serious, you move on. And apparently had told him before the interview, because they normally prep you, I don't want to talk about that. You stop. So you want your way to trigger him and irritate him. And that's why Chisora got up too. So at the end of the day, it's so I gotta remember that man's name. But yeah, then he wasn't supposed to get the Klitschko opportunity. He popped dirty. Like, this man is a cheat. And they're like, yeah, but he didn't cheat. The Fury, Wilder was still Fury's hardest fight of his entire career. He was the hardest fight of his entire career.
Fury not the same either.
Right, he's not right. Fury has some skill, but again, in the end, we can talk about Wilder's skill deficit. But in the end, what did he tell us about what he had to do to get over Wilder? What did he tell us besides cheating? He said, "I had to put on a lot of weight." And I'm sorry, I think it's connected to what people are doing today. I had to put on a lot of weight to absorb the punches because he punches so hard. So that's when he started making sure he was 67 pounds bigger. And we've been saying it since, especially those certain people who fight for a certain, place. But I'm gonna shut up. Anyway, that's why. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I that's what's blowing me. Like, these guys are, and if they're breathing poison him, I don't know. But guess what? He has a better idea of who poisoned him if he felt he was poisoned than anybody, me, you, anybody else. And one last thing, I'm gonna get off this. I don't know. I love Breland. I thought Breland gave him a great jab when he was using it, especially when he won his first title. Because most people don't even realize that Wilder actually won his title by boxing to a 12-round decision, unanimous decision. Most people don't even know that because they don't watch boxing like that. They just talking. But so I love Breland. But I will tell you this: after everything happened, I know that Breland did an interview, and it was with people who are associated with Fury. People forget about that. People forget how he just suddenly started popping up with people who were associated with Fury, but everybody ignored that. So I'm not saying he did or didn't, but I know things are weird. I know
they don't pay attention to the facts.
How come anybody else picked him up? Have you seen Mark Breland work professionally anywhere else since then?
Ooh, good one. Chat,
okay.
Two centers. Let me know and drop it below. Who has Mark Breland worked with? He probably had to retire. He got paid so much money. Shout out to Curtis back in the super chat with the $5. He says, Fury, an ex-drug user, has a lot of devilish, unstable mental problems that is off the chain. He cheated when he fought Vladimir Klitschko. Shout out to Curtis with the $5. And let me tell y'all something. Because the first fight I watched, I mean, not the first fight, but when I watched Klitschko fight Fury, I was like, I looked at my husband, I said, what does Klitschko look like? I said, I've seen Klitschko fight before. He didn't look like this. And I'm watching the fight, and I'm like, it looks weird. Like he just can't move. He's slow. Fury just punching on him and shit. And I'm like, this is weird. It wasn't until after the Wilder fight that I was like, oh, he must have drugged Klitschko too. And he never gave Klitschko the rematch. So he was trying to do Wilder like he did Klitschko and not give him the rematch. But Wilder had to take it to court, and he had whatever evidence he had. And Fury was then forced to fight again. But a lot of people don't know that. Random say the only thing Mark Breland is guilty of is not allowing him to go out on his shield. I mean, but
I don't know what he's guilty of. And that's the thing. We got to also learn about what people are guilty and not guilty of, because guess what? We're in a situation today that everybody just thought they knew what was going on. We don't know. And so that's because I don't know. Breland might not have done anything. I don't know. But when he was talking about certain things did kind of get weird around that time. It wasn't just that. He left the corner in other fights too. But whatever. Really? Yeah, see, people weren't really following it back then. There was a time when I think it was during one of the, was that one of the Ortiz fights where he just got up and left, and you can see him walking around. They're like, why you just leave the corner? Because apparently Breland had an issue that Jay was number one and he was number two. Because Jay is one who found Wilder in the first place. So I think there was just some commotion there anyway. Again, Breland might not have done
and Wilder didn't even listen to, at some point Wilder like stopped listening to Breland. I think that relationship got a little fractured.
Yeah, and it did, and maybe he did, because I can see Wilder being hard-headed. That's fine. Again, all I'm gonna say is maybe Breland did nothing. I don't know. But I just think I don't understand why people are speaking with such certainty about something when they weren't there. That's all I'm saying. I don't understand. Oh, you ain't do nothing. He did that. He did it. That's like I can say I don't know what Tank did. I don't know what he did. I'm just seeing things slowly play out. Right. That's why I don't say somebody's guilty or innocent. But that's all I'm saying. Like we don't know. We don't know. And I will say, if everybody thought he was crazy, and Breland's just so amazing, I would think that he would have just been. I thought we just seen him everywhere. Someone else would have, took him on, but they weren't. So it makes me question. That's all.
Yeah, man. It's just, but I just wanted to go on there because I was on X today, and I'm like, y'all really on here acting like this, like they're on X, Drew, acting like this man really having a mental breakdown, like he acting like Ryan Garcia or something. The way Ryan Garcia was acting before the Devin fight, that was concerning.
That was very concerning, and I remember saying, I remember some Devin fans. I said, hey, y'all, he acting weird. Y'all should probably just fight Barboza. Because remember, he was like the step in case something, because they were being iffy when it comes to they were iffy when it came to Ryan. So I was like, yeah, they should go ahead and they're like, y'all just don't want him to outdo Tank. Y'all just don't want. I remember they're like, y'all gonna be mad because he gonna outdo Tank. And that whole fight was about. I said, okay, he acting weird. I don't know, y'all. He might bite you or something. Like I thought he was acting too crazy. He was on social media all day. He was still in the clubs. He was acting ridiculous. I'm like, nah, I wouldn't fight him. But they didn't listen. They thought they knew. So, and what happened. So whatever.
Yeah, you're right. But I was also saying if he's crazy enough to win, also, he could also be crazy enough to get in there and whoop your ass. So it still might be dangerous. Like, don't think just because he acting crazy that he still can't win. That don't mean he can't win. That's
right. He's acting all rabid, and I just thought he was acting too funny. I was like, I would let him alone and just, or let's get him stuff together, because like they were also concerned that Ryan was gonna mess up the fight, sales wise. So I left him alone.
Somebody said his brother knew he cheated. Vitaly Klitschko was real pissed. Damn, that's crazy.
And another thing is, imagine, this man's glove is flopping in the ring. Everybody sees it. And then you end up with a dent in your head. And people are telling you that you're the crazy.
The same dent Earl had in his head. But go ahead.
Earl had a dent?
Yes, ma'am. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, Lord. Don't make me start doing connections, because me and you will get here and we'll be talking about connections.
What? You ain't seen Bud and Fury? You ain't seen pictures of Bud and Fury together?
Oh no, I know they're really close. Okay. Yes, I know that. Yeah, top rank.
Yeah. They all kind of hand connected.
They're
all kind of hand connected. They're all kind of hand connected.
No, I know they're both kind of hand connected. I know, but I didn't know that. I'm trying to say anything because I don't want to put nothing on somebody, because I'm Bud's like still my number one pound for pound.
Truth is truth, Jude. Truth is truth, Jude.
I know, but if it's true, no, there is a connection, and like I said, ever since Fury did that, and it wasn't just he didn't start it, but I noticed that we've seen more extreme weight stuff, and that's exactly what Fury did. Fury been, and if you look at hit boxing history and a lot of the cheating, and it could also be due to their like one of the oldest companies in boxing. A lot of it has been like majority of all the biggest cheaters, of course, they've been top ranked. I'm just saying. But I didn't know Earl had a knot in his, like a dent, like a.
Somebody find me the Earl Spence pic with that showed a dent in his head at the Crawford fight. Show it to me. I know Manager Marty had it for sure.
Someone just said something in the comment section, and yeah, that's what I thought was weird too. Because I think it's when Fury fought McDermott is when the glove thing was weird. I think it was because he fought McDermott twice, and McDermott talks about how it was two different instances. One of them, they had to have him take his gloves off, like a deglove and reglove up all right then and there. And then there was another one, I think it was McDermott. He was doing an interview about how they had approved gloves, and then he got to the fight. Fury had changed them. But then when he tried to get out of it, like, I'm not fighting, they're like, well, you're not going to get paid, and we're not going to pay you. And he was about to walk out, but his promoter was like, no, because we need our money. And they kind of put him in a situation where he had to. And of course, he went in and lost. Like they did that, they're like, oh, of course, we'll do these gloves and switch it on you, and they know you don't have the money to kind of fight it like that. Kind of like how
they did Amnesia.
Yeah, I think it was Hammer. Yeah, I'm sorry, Hammer. But
you talking about like how they did Amnesia?
Oh, I thought that was funny, weird too.
Come on, Jude. Come on now, Jude. Come on now.
That was interesting. I've never seen gloves explode. Never.
Look at Tyson Fury looking goofy.
Because he got caught. He felt embarrassed. Look
how embarrassed he looked. Look how embarrassed he looked. Watch, he scratched the back of his
The
head.
referee was
Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face.
And they want to talk about but wild or crazy. And this was years like before.
This is 5 years ago, I think it said.
That was crazy. And I don't know if y'all look at the ref face. He was disgusted.
Boy, embarrassed. Look at him.
He was embarrassed because he got caught. He's been caught before. And then, that was Hammer. But then McDermott is the one who talks about how he changed the gloves last minute and he couldn't get out of it because of the money. He was strapped for cash. And I think that's what Margarito would do with people. But he came across Shane Mosley's team who wasn't going. They're like, we don't care. We ain't stepping foot in that ring until you do all this all over. And Mosley had he's a big enough name. He had enough money to like fight it, and that's how they found out Margarito was doing something with the raps. So it's not like this ain't new.
Y'all don't see that glove flopping. Y'all don't see that glove flopping. We tripping. You don't see him flicking the glove and hitting him with whatever's in there, and he hitting him with whatever's in the glove, and his fist is in the wrist part.
Because his forearm looks abnormally long, and whatever's in there, it's like something inside of it or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
I can't believe he got away with that in front of so many people.
Imagine if it was a reverse. Imagine if it was the reverse. Baby, Wilder would still be in jail right now.
Wilder could
still
never
be in jail right now.
Wilder could never
get away with nothing like that. But yeah, he's a cheat. So like if Wilder ain't never, cause I know one thing, Wilder has lost since then. Did he claim that they cheated him? He didn't claim anybody else has cheated. Like I can see if he said every time I lose, I got cheated. No, I just lost. I don't know. But
that's facts. That's a good point.
Right.
That's
he would say he hasn't made an excuse from any other loss. He probably said I should have did this better, but he hasn't really, okay, I lost.
And he's adamant. He's adamant.
I believe my eyes, and I know that was weird. I know it was weird, and I know that he's done it before, and I know he tested positive, and I know he's not allowed back over here, but whatever. And I know he's associated with someone on the most wanted list. If all that ain't enough, I don't know what to tell you. Like how much more do you need? Jesus,
you
need him to confess. What more do you want? Like,
and you know what's even more weak? Like, I have to find it, but for him to get on this internet and like, I'll pray for Deontay Wilder. Like really, Fury. Really, you gonna sit up here and act like you just so holier than thou and Wilder's tripping and all? Like, no, nigga, you cheated. You know you cheated. We know you cheated. He know you cheated. Period.
And he don't care. And he don't care. And that's why they fought. And Wilder was damaged by the time that last fight. But you saw that last fight. Wilder put up, even though he lost that last fight. That was the thing of beauty. I was so proud of Wilder. Win, lose, or draw. Mm-hmm. That was one of the best heavyweight fights I've ever seen. It was just too much for him. At that point, Wilder had some substantial damage. And I think that weight was just too much because Wilder's just a smaller guy. Yeah. And he said, you can't put on 40 pounds like he can. And that's why I keep saying about this rehydration stuff. Like, you can't just blow up like that person. When you try, it's gonna betray you because your body isn't built to do that. Their bodies are, because they're just naturally bigger people.
Right.
And so you can't put on that weight and perform like that. Like, even to me, what Charlo tried to, when he blew up too quick, you some people can do it, some people can't, but that's why. And Wilder is a lean. I think the first Fury fight, he was 209.
Charlo's really that big like that. Like, Bud must be huge.
Yeah, or it's just or some other factor, right? And I also think it's a style thing too. I think Bud's style, was always going to be stylistically always going to be harder for Canelo, stylistically, than Mel. Not that Mel's not a good fighter, but I also think Mel's want that money. I think that's for me personally, but I also think that like he's not used to, I also remember he was coming off a hand injury. Like, it was just a dumb
and a long layoff. It was a
long layoff, a hand injury. Yeah, it was just too many problems with that fight.
That's criticism is crazy, because when you go back and watch the fight, you see that Jamel was fighting until he realized, oh shit, like
I didn't get it over my head.
Right. Yeah, for being here getting my jaw broke like Amir Khan.
Right. And I just think, but like, again, styles make fights. I think Canelo's is a better style matchup for Bud than he was for Charlo. We've seen someone, like, if you look at how he fought for Undisputed, that style's a little harder for him, So actually, was funny. Charlo actually does good with boxers. So it just depends, But shout out to Bud for that fight because he did a phenomenal job. But Yeah, that's that weight thing it does make the difference, and that's why he was able to take some of Wilder's power because he just had all that blubber, and that's why some people want to tell other people to come up and fight them so they can take their power. People know what it is. Like, come on. So you want to get a nice 25-pound, 30-pound head start. You can take them punches better. That's what it is.
And let me say this real quick.
No one said he wasn't. So what's the?
Said Fury. Yeah, let me say that because it doesn't matter. It
doesn't
matter. Do you know how many more skillful fighters that Deontay Wilder beat? He literally beat Fury, y'all.
Right.
He literally beat Fury. He got the long count. If the referee didn't give Fury the long count because it would be better for boxing,
right? He literally
Deontay Wilder would have won the fight. Like, he literally would have won the fight, and we wouldn't be talking about he's the more skillful boxer.
If it wasn't for Jack Reese, it wouldn't have mattered. At the end of the day, it's like, oh, he's still more skillful boxer regardless. One, that's irrelevant to the discussion. Absolutely irrelevant to the discussion. Two, if he's so much more skillful, why did he cheat? He should have went in there and just rip Wilder to shreds. But he came in on that BS. He came in cheating people. So evidently, he might be more skillful, but guess what? Fury didn't think so. So go argue with Fury why he felt the need that why his 70-pound weight advantage wasn't enough, and he still needed to put something in a glove and put a dent in their head, which is medically impossible with your fist because your cranium, that side of your head, the bone is thicker than any bone in your hand. It's not physically possible. You will break your fingers first. So all this, he's still more skillful. Then then why did he just fight him mano a mano, no extra mess? Why did he add an extra 30 pounds?
What's up, Blaze P for P? Switching gears here, Juke, to Shakur Soft Touch Stevenson and this new news that recently has came out saying that he has a 5-fight deal with Matchroom. Now, before we have this conversation, let me get some clarity on some things so I can stop all the dumbass comments. I don't care that he has a 5-fight deal with Matchroom. That's not the point. That's great. Kudos to him. He already told y'all he turned down the Tank fight because he wanted a multi-fight deal. So he ran over to Eddie and he got his multi-fight deal. Now, the challenge or the issue that I'm having with what Shakur Soft Touch Stevenson is doing is the flat out lying and the flat out manipulation of his fan base. Because he not manipulating me. He manipulating y'all. So I'm just trying to put Shakur Stevenson's fan base on game because obviously y'all not seeing what's going on. So, Juke, I believe you were here with several times when we've had this conversation where one, I said after the Padley fight, Shakur Stevenson signed a new deal with Eddie Hearn. I've been trying to find this picture, but it's a picture with him. I think he's sitting at a desk and Eddie Hearn standing beside him and his papers with the pen like he signed a new contract. I got to find that picture. Somebody go check Shakur Stevenson Instagram and see if it's on there real quick. And we were like, okay, he signed for more fights. Now, the only reason people was not trying to admit that is because they wanted to be on the illusion that Shakur Stevenson was a free agent and Tank is the reason why the fight isn't happening type of situation. And I can understand why they believe Shakur is a free agent because he's been going around saying he's a free agent. Which if you're a free agent, that's fine also. Whether you with Matchroom or you a free agent, it don't matter. But Shakur, why do you have to lie? I don't understand the lying. Eddie Hearn is following behind you everywhere you go, but you steady running around talking about you a free agent. Since when do you think Eddie Hearn is following around a Black American fighter? Let me know in the chat.
That's a good point. And I got a lot to say about that because I was actually going to respond to you when we were on KO's channel, but the conversation changed. But before I say that, because I see it talking about Wilder, oh, he's a windmiller. All I want to say is Fury got a draw with the windmiller while he was still cheating. That's all I'm going to say. Wilder still got enough rounds to make and actually, you only Fury's supposed to be a defensive fighter, right? So why would you keep getting hit with this windmiller? At the end of the day, people just want to ignore the fact that you like a cheater and somebody who's connected to a mob and can't even come back to US. That's your character. It is what it is. He windmill, but you needed all that help. He did better against
Money Line Super Chat. Hold on. Shout out to On the Money Line with the $3 in the Cash App. I can't remember if I read it already, but he says for the grind ladies night. Shout out On the Money Line. Come on, please.
Yeah, but my bad. But when it comes to 2 cents, Lord. When it comes to Shakur, I don't know. Like when he said the argument was that he's a free agent, right?
Right.
And I was trying to understand. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go with what he say, right? I'm gonna go with it. Now in the back of my mind, did it smell a little weird? Did it not look right? Yes, because I know Eddie Hearn don't work for free. I know he don't work for free. I know that, he's not going to be just behind you at every fight. Like even with the Cepeda fight, you're fighting Cepeda, and Oscar De La Hoya is the main promoter. But I believe Eddie was there for Shakur, correct? If I remember correctly, I can go look it up. If not, so it's clear to me that he and by the way, I remember when he signed to Matchroom because they put him on the website. Matchroom has a website with all their fighters, and Shakur was on there. And then after that first fight when he was in Saudi Arabia, whatever, they didn't take him down. He's been on there. He's on there right now. So throughout all these fights, he has been on that Matchroom and saying our fighters. He has official Matchroom fighter when he first signed, and he never went off. So all evidence pointed to it. I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt, right? But at the end of the day, and that's why, as much as I defend him, but I was starting to see. That's why I say, listen, everything Espinoza said, it kind of happened. You wanted the multi-fight deal. Oh, it wasn't 5 fights. People still don't want to. At the end of the day, I like Shakur, but I'm not about to be defending this. You're not about to have me out here looking crazy. No one can tell me Tank don't want to fight him. No, at this point, you're just lying to yourself, and you a troll. That conversation is over. I'm sorry, like that argument is dead. It's over. We can't ever claim Tank a duck. I can't ask Tank to do nothing else about that. He tried, obviously, and that explains why when Espinoza, when they were in that interview together, why he didn't push back on anything Espinoza said. He didn't say you lying on me. He didn't do none of that. And I know he'll do it because he popped off on what's that? A reporter, the bald-headed one. He's can't think of his name, but they're cool now. So Shakur will pop off and say whatever he want to say to you. So at this point, and I'm a Shakur fan. Like I'm a Shakur fan because I'm not a fan to the point where I'm going to ignore stuff that you do wrong, right? I'm really not, or stuff that you lied about because you made it sound like you were, only had this 1-2 fight deal. And the reason why people ain't gonna say anything is because people have allegiances, and it's like the allegiances go beyond just 1 or 2 fight, go one fighter, and they're just gonna keep pretending like they didn't see this because they've invested in this particular argument. The argument's dead, so they're going to try their best to hold on to it. It's over because they don't want to admit that they're wrong. It's okay to be wrong about stuff.
Exactly.
You were wrong. Tank wasn't ducking. He's the one who didn't want the fight. We just got to accept it and move on.
And I'm going to say this, and we're going to pass it to Key with the T in the building. What up, Key with the T? But then that's what I'm saying, Drew. Like, first of all, go back and check the videos. I got the record. I always pointed out how Shakur Stevenson is never saying Tank name till he has a fight anyway, till he's not available. And the moment in between that Loma where he was available and all that was like everybody was hushed when he was looking for his fight. When Tank was trying to find an opponent and search for an opponent, everybody was hushed. It's like, it's weird. I don't get it. And so now you're not available. And not only are you not available, you're literally saying, oh, my dream fight is Loma. Oh, I want Cepeda. Oh, I want Tio. Oh, I want Pitbull. When you're talking about fights you really want, they're never Tank. You're only talking about Tank, it seems like, maybe to get a headline. I don't even know why you be talking about Tank. And then you for him. Why are you disrespecting Tank like that? What has Tank done to you? What has he done? He said he ain't fighting you because he ain't helping your side. because you're with Matchroom. And I've never said Shakur and Tank was ducking each other. I was like, they just ain't finna make the fight right now. The business ain't ready for the fight. They want to build it or let Shakur build himself up because he's fighting on undercards and all of that. It's not time for it right now. But the issue I'm having is how you keep trying to act like and play and like I don't like it. I don't like you lying about being a free agent. I don't like you talking about for him and doing all this facial on the internet. I don't like anything about that public persona. I don't know Shakur Stevenson personally. I'm just going off the public persona. The hypocrisy, the talking about how this person fighting a person at a rehydration clause and they weakest and you don't do that and this and that, for you to say it with your chest out. Oh, if I go to 47, everybody got to fight me with a rehydration. Like it's like you not bigger than Tank. You're bigger than Tank. So it's okay for you to be, you know what I'm saying? Like all of that whole little package of Shakur Stevenson. And like today for me was just like the last straw. Like, nigga, you got a 5-fight Matchroom deal? Seriously? You've been running around here.
That's why I said I was done to saying that's part of the reason why. Not that I don't like, I'm not gonna root against them and like that, but like locked in like the way I gotta pull back because I'm seeing the same pattern that people are doing over and over and over and over again. And now it makes sense why Tank said that, because now I'm thinking, because I know a lot of these guys know who signed with who. I think Tank knew this. I bet you they say I knew this. I mean, apparently Espinoza did. Apparently Espinoza did, right? They tried before all this. Like you said, when Loma wasn't available and he was looking for another opponent, we could have got it then. And then you made another excellent point when they asked Shakur who he wanted to fight next. He said Loma. They said between Loma and Tank, he said Loma. So I can't keep, and then the rehydration thing is another just hypocrisy that no one wants to call out. At some point, someone keep getting caught in lies back to back to back. I'm not about to be out here defending you, making me look crazy like I'm biased. Like, no, it is what it is. You lied. You had the opportunity to fight that man. You didn't want to do it. I don't want to hear Tank don't want to, man, you just repeating some garbage you heard. We got evidence, proof now that it was Shakur all along. I'm like, I don't want to hear nothing else about it.
Once again, I'm going to pass it to Key. I'm your leader. I don't know how many times I got to explain this to you, bruh. Yes, I am biased because I am giving you my opinion. I am your leader because I have a brain and I think and I give you my opinion of what I think about whatever we're talking about. If you want to go listen to people that don't think and give you their honest opinions because they're too busy trying to be unbiased, you can go to those channels. But I'm glad you're here. Shout out to I'm your leader. Key with the T. What you got for the show?
Well, I guess I am behind because what y'all mean Shakur got a 5-fight deal? I thought he was a free agent, no?
Girl,
lies, Key.
My heart is broken. 5-fight deal.
I don't know that video that KO got, but maybe let me see if I can find the video on KO.
Let me see if I got it.
Yeah. So he has a 5-fight deal with that was from what, 2020?
Cinco.
Wait, that was from 2025 or 2024?
What you mean from 2025? 5 fights.
I'm trying to think about because I thought he.
Remember after the Padley fight, Key, when Shakur re-signed, he re-signed, he was in that chair with Eddie Hearn with the desk and all that. Does anybody remember that?
Yeah. Okay. So
and
I think that was 2024.
He re-signed because they was like, and I think that's when he signed the 5-fight deal, or he originally signed the 5-fight deal. We don't know.
So he got what? 3 more fights left? 2
or 3. 2 or 3.
So 9 times out of 10, he gonna be fighting in Saudi Arabia next. Okay.
Well, he fought here on the ring cards, so maybe they might start fighting in America. I mean, he did 21,000. Key, you ain't gonna do 21,000 and then go fight in Saudi, are you?
Absolutely. Yes, he will.
Wow.
Because I think he only. Or he might go to because I think who did they just say Conor Ben was being lined up for?
Hold on, let me get these cash apps. The support is pouring into the channel tonight for Ladies Night. Shout out to Dean by any means with the $3 in the super chat. He said Shakurians said he beats Tank easier than Padley. Shout out to Dean by any means.
Who said that? Wait a minute. What is going on with the Shakur talk? Who said that, Dean?
Shout out to On the... Oh, no, I already read On the Money Lines. All right, that's the thing. All right, shout out to everybody that's been supporting the channel. It's 38 people in here. Let me get the like check. If you haven't punched the like button already, punch the like button. It's Ladies Night. The best ladies boxing talk show on YouTube, bar none, hands down. It's not a question. Punch that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Deem says Too Rich said that. I haven't seen Too Rich or Rich over here. They probably mad.
Why does that name sound so familiar? Doesn't he be up over here at 2 cents?
No, they disappeared. And even with the Tank news, I thought we would get a flocking of people, but suddenly
I even put Tank in the thumbnail. Where y'all at?
right, suddenly everyone's just
Oh, there go Rich. There we go. Rich in the building. Go a week without attaching Tank name to Shakur.
It's impossible to attach.
Anyway, so you
to a
what you
smaller
saying?
name.
Yes, so he got the 5 fight
virtually
deal,
impossible.
and we was on here arguing with people back and forth about why Eddie Hearn is following around Shakur Stevenson. Like, why is Eddie Hearn worried about a Black American fighter if he ain't? You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't got no affiliation, no association. Like, why would he be at the press conference? Why he's sitting with him on the thing?
Right, and since when do we know Eddie Hearn to just do, charity? Yes, you're going to be following fighters around for no reason. I'm just there for moral support. As a matter of fact, another reason why we know he won't do that, because remember, after Devin didn't sign with him, and then Devin was mad about Devin wanted free tickets to some event, and Eddie Hearn didn't do it for him. He said, "You ain't my fighter."
Right.
Once he ain't making money off you, he done. Remember how he did Devin? And then they were talking about was wondering why they didn't bid on the fight. He said, "I'm not your promoter." Remember that fight, that mandatory?
Yeah.
Yes.
Eddie shuts off all communication when he not signed with you. He don't do that.
Wait a minute. So was Eddie Hearn at the TO fight? Not to cut you off, 2 cents, but
look at this fool. Look at Tony. I can see you in my background. I'm about to show y'all Tony. Look at this fool. All right, Tony.
I know that's right, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
No, he didn't. Was he flashing?
Popped up, yeah, he popped up
flashing.
In the background.
Okay, he was flashing.
Let me give you something to look at real quick.
Tony,
right, let me give y'all something to look at. Okay.
A shout out to Dondrick Nim in the building. He say throwing my drawers at the screen.
What?
Shout out to Dondrick Nim with the $5 in the super chat.
It's so silly. But was Eddie Hearn at the TO fight and Shakur fight?
Yes. Hold on, we got more support. Shout out to y'all supporting the channel, pouring in tonight. Shout out to Phoenix the Assassin, the King of Hate, with the $5 in the super chat. He says Shakur being a free agent is the same as him being a draw. Both ain't happening. At 2 cents,
wow.
Check the Shakur vid I sent you on the core. Shout out to Phoenix the Assassin.
Okay, Phoenix coming out busting. I got you. So he has a 5 fight deal. But okay, let's play devil's advocate. Can I play devil's advocate, ladies?
Yes.
Okay. So we do know that PBC will do a deal with Turkey now. So are we saying that because Shakur signed a 5 fight deal with Matchroom that he can't get the Tank fight? Is that what we're saying?
Well, the reason why I would say that is because, well, I don't know for sure, but Devontae has called Eddie a snake in a suit. He has said fighting you will be helping out the other side, and he ain't doing that. So to me, it seems as though if you were with that side, you probably not. He's not gonna want to be trying to work with y'all. That's what I got from it.
What I take from it is the fact that I'm not about to give them an out like that. Like, oh well, Al will do that. We don't know what Al will do, especially after we're seeing more of what Turkey's about. Okay, it doesn't even matter. He shouldn't have to, because I'm sorry, and that's the problem. Like why would you do something that's going to make the fight you claim you wanted so bad more difficult to make? Why would you put the more people involved with the fight? The less you get in the fighters get in their pockets, because now you got to pay all these different people, because now you got to be cross promotional, cross network. That's way more people to pay. You're increasing the overhead, which will completely make it less worth Tank's time, because at the end of the day, what you want to do, you want a big profit, right? And this is something that Leonard Ellerby used to talk about, that people didn't understand the math when they would say, "Oh, well, Tank and Shakur would be a bigger fight, and so why he should want to make that fight if Tank cares about money." The difference is that Shakur is going to want a bigger portion, right? You're already saying, well, you're already trying to push the A side to a different direction. Now you're saying, instead of me coming to you like he absolutely did for Zepeda, so you mean telling me he went over there, so he went to where Zepeda was, but now the bigger name that you claim you really want, now he has to consider and make amends and kind of meet you in the middle? Absolutely not. Just like you hopped your butt over there to Golden Boy, and you fought on Golden Boy's platform, and you signed with Eddie, although you claimed you won't sign no more. Why couldn't you do that for the fight? You claimed, I'll go to PBC. I don't have a problem, but would I get him directly? And then we find out getting him first and directly wasn't the problem. Now you want a multi-fight deal. Now you want this. That's the problem. And I don't know, because at the end of the day, Tank don't seem too keen on working with them.
And not to mention, Eddie Hearn was instructed not to make the
Tank fight. Right. So he was told not to make it. So
Rich, what do you keep talking about Shakur? Nigga, we talking about Shakur. He's the topic of the discussion. Like,
no,
what do you mean?
At the end of the day, let me tell you what Rich trying to do. Rich know that Shakur and at the end of the day, Rich is one of them fans who, he believes if he's a fan of yours, he's going to defend you to the hill. He don't care, bias or not. He don't care. He ain't gonna keep it thorough like you will. He don't care. He's not gonna do that. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna deflect. So instead of him saying, "Dead, Shakur lied. Dead, Shakur really did turn down that opportunity." Dead. Instead of acknowledging the facts of the matter, instead of him acknowledging the facts, what he doing? Oh, Shakur, he ain't thinking about Tank. I know he ain't thinking about Tank. That's our point. He was never thinking about Tank. When y'all was saying it, Tank don't want the fight, Tank don't want no smoke, he never was. I agree with that point. He's not thinking about Tank. What we're saying is, people who lied on this man, y'all got it's time to apologize. Roll that back, say, "Dang, I was wrong."
That's
y'all
all we're saying.
As a matter of fact, you specifically, Rich. And by the way, I apologize for telling you to shut up on Dean show the other day, but I was trying to get something out real quick. So,
and by the way,
let me get that off real quick. My bad, because it was all respect, for all love. But you specifically told us, man, he signed to Eddie. He signed to Eddie. And
that was Rich. We was arguing.
It was you. It was you specifically. But you don't want to admit that you were wrong. So what you gonna do, man? Y'all trying to tie Tank name to Shakur. What are you talking about? They had the whole.
But Jupe, they're saying that Tank needs Shakur now. So
need him for what?
They said that.
A big fight.
Key. They said Shakur.
Anybody take fighters in big fight.
What today proves, and not just today because this came out before today. What today proves is that everything they said was wrong. Anything they say no longer holds weight. If I was wrong about something, I'm gonna say, you know what, I was wrong, ladies. And be okay. Once you still trying to fight on the lab, once you were dead wrong, specifically Rich was dead wrong. If you can't come and acknowledge that, I don't care if you think anybody think what Tank need. At this point, Tank gonna have go on the state by the looks of it. He might not have to fight again. We don't know. But I don't care. It's not about what he need. My point is that we have let these people, and I didn't say too much because I didn't know what was happening. I was trying to give them both the benefit of the doubt. These folks been going up and down. Tank don't want that fight. Tank don't want the smoke. He's a duck. And now it comes out that Shakur, the one who had the opportunity, said no.
Let me play this evidence real quick. Let me play this video. It says, who else talked about Shakur today? Y'all niggas better be happy somebody bringing his name up, because once news come out on Tank case, all that Shakur talk is done.
Thank you. We've been talking about Tank all day. You need to be happy we're talking about Shakur. I like Shakur. I tried to keep Shakur the topic.
Shout out to OX68B with the $3 super sticker. Speaking of Tank, we're gonna get into the Tank conversation. We're gonna get through these topics first, and we're gonna get into the Tank conversation because it's deep. Shout out Tony, says, listen from the sidelines. Don't let that Tony guy on again. We ain't trying to see that. Shout out Tony Reviews.
It's funny.
Here we go. Let me see. Where's the video? Nope. Hold on, y'all. Here we go. In case y'all need the proof, shout out to Knockout Boxing 86 TV. He showed us this earlier. And I'm showing y'all. Did my mouse just die? All right, here we go.
Remember this shit now. Now, Joseph, listen clearly. Listen clearly, okay?
We're not going to see Conor Ben fighting Shakur Stevenson, are we, really? Anything?
Now, remember, who do we say this guy was? Who do we say this guy was right here? Who did dude is on the screen right here? Just for clarity. Just so I can know that we all know what's going on. Andre's Finest, what up? The head of Matchroom. Okay, yep, Dundrick is correct. This the head of Matchroom right here.
Possible. Look, I mean, how can you, any fight, there's so many fights we've said over the years, we're not going to see that. We're not going to see that one happen. Look, originally, Eubank Ben. Who would have said all those years ago Conor Ben would fight Chris Eubank Jr.? It happened twice. Look, I don't think it's the favourite fight right now. I think, you know, Conor wants to win a 147 world title. He's got Rolly Romero opportunity that we're working on. He's got the Ryan Garcia against Barrios winner. He's mandatory for the WBC world title. He's always wanted to win that WBC belt. But look, if Shakur wants it, look at the position Conor Ben's in, though. He's got Shakur Stevenson, a 4-weight champion of the world, calling him out. You know, and that's what Conor does.
Yeah, I mean, interesting, both your fighters. But in terms of Shakur Stevenson, he signed a 5-fight deal with you guys, did he?
I heard that question, right? Let's go back. He said, in terms of Shakur Stevenson, he signed a 5-fight deal with you guys, right? Let's just run it back a little bit, you know. I like to be thorough, you know what I mean? I like to be thorough. I like to make sure that I don't be hearing shit deal. Back there. Here we go. Let's just hear the question again.
That's what Conor does.
Yeah, I mean, interesting, both your fighters. But in terms of Shakur Stevenson, he signed a 5-fight deal with you guys, did he?
He signed a 5-fight deal with you guys, didn't he? Surely. We about to hear the head of Matchroom say, nah, bro, you a free agent. Nah, he a free agent. He didn't sign a 5-fight deal. He a free agent. He can go make whatever fight he want. It's a 5-fight deal, surely. That's the answer that we about to get. Let's hear it.
Yeah, around that, yeah.
How many's got left with you?
I think that was towards the end, but we're working on and looking at what the opportunities next are in terms of fights.
Devin Haney in the mix?
So I think they still lying. You see how he responded? Yeah, something around there. That was his answer. I think they still lying.
Because I think what it seems to me that, like, because Shakur's been coming out saying the opposite, right? And I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but I think that they understand it. Like, fighters have to say certain things, whatever.
Shout out to Ramon. Let me get this cash up. Shout out to Ramon Seafood with the $5 in the super chat. He says, my tip in the hat. Shout out Ramon Seafood.
He says something about oh, my bad. One thing I was gonna say, he said something about the future, but he clearly, at the end of the day, what they just said aligns with why we've been seeing him at every Shakur event, And so no one's going to be able to deflect. Like, oh, you're just doing this. At the end of the day, people don't want to admit they were wrong. They came on every freaking channel available and said that he was a free agent. But not only that, so I think that they kind of know that there's certain things they weren't supposed to say. And I don't think that, like, why did the interviewer start with 5? How did he know that, right? And so the guy would look like, oh, yeah, but we're looking at some future stuff. And I say that because I think that, you have to start getting PR teams and stuff like that. I do think that they try to, watch what they say to make sure it doesn't conflict with what you said. Because let me tell you this one video I've been having a hard time finding. Remember when that we have it on people's live streams now, so you can find it through that. But remember that video, the original video, I think it was on Fight Hub when they asked Devin, when Eddie Hearn said he was instructed not to make the tank fight for Shakur. Remember that video?
Oh, he played. Can y'all play it? Here we go.
I know, but hold on. Get this. 2 cent. Unless I'm crazy, or maybe someone on my search engine, you cannot find that. I went on Fight Hype. I cannot find that video anymore.
What video? Which video was it, Jude?
When Eddie Hearn said he was instructed not to make the fight with Tank.
Yeah, that's a fact though. I remember that. He did say that.
Go on Fight Hype right now and see if you can find it. If it's not someone else live stream who covered it, you won't find it.
Wow.
I'm starting to think they scrubbed it. I could be tripping. Maybe it's not there anymore. So I think they're careful about what they say. And I don't think that question, he forgot he wasn't supposed to, I don't know. That's why he can come out and say, I'm not signed to this person all the while you are.
Interesting. So do y'all think
I'm gonna pass it to you because I got a question for you. Like, why do you think Shakur Stevenson is lying about this?
Is lying about what, the 5-fight deal?
Yeah, the free agency stuff. Like, why is he I'm just curious, why is he lying?
Well, I think it has something to do with being more desirable, maybe wanting to explore his options. Now, you got everybody calling, Conor Ben want to fight him.
Who the hell is Conor Ben, Key?
I get it, but all three of them, both of them have, done these lucrative fights within the past several months. So their names, they feel as though, you know what I'm saying, people are going to want to see them. So now you got everybody calling for a Shakur Stevenson fight, O'Shaquie Foster, all of them. So maybe he's just trying to, be out there, put his name out there to see what's going on. Maybe he doesn't agree. Because remember, it's not like they can get those fight deals with that amount. And I'm proud of Shakur and T.O. For making the money that they did.
How much you said they made, Key? Can you run those purses? Because I'm sorry to cut you off, Key. Sorry, but it's a lot of people that think T.O. and Shakur made $9 million a piece in that fight.
No, so what's reported is that the purse deal for Shakur was between $3 and $5 million, and for T.O. it was between $4 and $6 million. Now, I've never seen it with ranges like that. Normally I have it, but that's what's being reported. I'm just happy that T.O., because remember, T.O. a couple years ago was complaining that Bob Arum wasn't paying him and he hadn't made no money. You know what I'm saying? Even though he was turning down all those fights, but I digress. So I'm happy that T.O. has finally, from what it appears like so far, ran it up. And so, but the thing is that from my understanding, what was told to me is that it's not going to be like that per every fight. So they have to go for these big fights. It's not like they really have to, y'all. Like if it's not a Conor Ben, then the next big name that could be lucrative that Turkey number want to pay for is a Ryan Garcia or something, or a Devin Haney. You're not going to see Shakur Stevenson fighting O'Shaquie Foster or anything because it doesn't generate money. They're not going to get the money that they want. So so maybe that's why.
Turkey not trying to generate money, Key.
No, he got to now. He definitely got to now.
Air carrier with the $5 in the Cash App. He says nothing, just supporting Shout out Aircraft.
So I'm curious. I'm curious to see how this gonna work out with Shakur and them. Do y'all like the Shakur versus Devin fight?
I don't.
No, not really. I mean, I'll watch it because everybody want to see who wins.
I'll watch
better.
it. I'll watch it, but that's not something I want.
It's not nothing. I'm just like, ooh, I want to see Shakur and Dev.
I mean, I think it'll be a cool. Like, I think if it was, I have different reservations about it, but just to piggyback of what you were saying, Key. The reason why I get what you're saying, but for me it don't add up is because you said like I think your question too, Sam, was why would he lie about being a free agent? Because he wants options. But the thing is that O'Shaquie Foster called him out unknowingly, not even knowing anything about that, right? Like he's been calling him out, right? Before this heel fight. Like he been saying that for long, and he was pushing him off on someone else, right? So that's one thing. Then when it comes to Conor Ben has been calling him, he's been calling out Conor Ben. He was the person who said he wanted Conor Ben and he wants him to do this rehydration clause because he did it to Eubank. So at the end of the day, it just shows to me that people are doing these things and it's clout chasing because you're asking for fights. Okay, well, with the Conor Ben fight, yes, that can be made. But to me, I think it's about, they can say if they want. I think this is reminiscent of what happened with the whole Devin Tank thing back at 135. That's what this is making me think of all over again. It's just rinse, wash, repeat. I will fight Tank after you signed a multi-fight deal, right? With Top Rank, knowing that you were not available, right? Knowing you weren't available, you signed this multi-fight deal. So then you say, Tank, and I can stop this fight at any time. Remember that, y'all? He said, I can. And then now they saying today.
No, Muhammad Ali at?
They're doing it because what they do is they attach their name to the biggest name in the sport. Make that person appear to be a duck and then say, see, I want all the smoke. They don't want all the smoke. And that's why I'm better than them. And the minute they feel like they've built their name enough, what do they start doing? Trying to fight every person that bigger name fought. That's the formula. Devin did it. He just had a hiccup with Ryan.
Terrence did it.
Yeah, Bud did it.
I was gonna say, what if he is following behind the Bud Crawford?
I told y'all he's Bud Crawford 2.0.
He's doing everything to the letter, and that's why I said once he said F Tank, I said I'm done with call, and that's the fight. If you would have asked me a couple of months ago, even a year ago, what fight you want the most, Jew? It's gonna be Tank versus Shakur because they're two of my favorite fighters, and I think that's a 50-50 fight. I can see that fight going so many different ways. I want that fight so bad. Once I saw Shakur start acting kind of Devin and Bud-esque, and I get what Bud did, and that's on Earl, right? Because I'm not judging Bud. That's on Earl. But Tank ain't Earl, and he's not thirsty for them belts like that. It ain't gonna work. And before we waste another year asking for something to try to get Tank to come up off what he earned. I'm not about to do it. That's why I say I'm done with it. That's what he's doing. He wants to attach his name. Now I feel like I'm the star, and now I want to fight the same exact people you fought. That's why he's talking about people.
Okay, let me try this video real quick.
Okay.
You also told them this shit.
I don't know, close to signing this deal in November. In terms of Shakur, how close are you to signing him? I mean, it's not like we
look at all this. Look at hold on.
Team of people around
look at Eddie Hearn body language. You just lying, Eddie Hearn. You are terrible.
Because he know he's not supposed to say.
Wait, when was this done?
This the video Juke talking about, right? Or are you talking about another interview?
Yeah, that's the video I'm talking about. But I'm saying if you go on Fight Hype, where it was originally at, I couldn't find it anymore.
This is what he's talking about Tank, Key.
Okay.
We're kind of, I don't want to say officially working on his behalf because we're not, but we're instructed to have certain conversations around fights for him, of which is an honour. One of those is not Gervonta Davis.
So let's just speak in fact.
There you go.
Interesting. Okay.
He got a 5-fight deal and been instructed not to talk to Tank.
Right. And that makes and
Which is why when Tank reached out, they didn't hear anything back because they've been instructed not to work with him, and he was already had what he had
what
going
was
on with
crazy
Matchroom.
too, said I think they reached out before he had officially signed because remember Espinosa was like he wanted a multi-fight deal, and I think that's what he's about to pursue, a multi-fight deal somewhere else, and then pop up, and then everybody. That's why everybody was saying he's not signed a multi-fight deal. It's just a 1 or 2 fight deal. But he did exactly what Espinosa said he asked what he wanted, and PBC like you know we just gonna get a Tank fight, one and done. That's it. Like that's what you claim you wanted. No, it proved what Espinosa said. Right, you wanted it all fits too close together. You wanted a
You
multi-fight
breaking
deal.
up,
You went out
Juke?
and got a multi-fight deal. They didn't want that Tank fight. I don't think they wanted. I think he had every intention of going to 140 because he might feel like he has a better chance of beating Tank at 140, and he figures that and why they figure that fans will put the pressure on Tank. But at this point, like Tank he ain't gonna care. You gonna come to him or it's not gonna happen. But you got people arguing against it. That's why I don't think we're gonna see this fight, and I'm over it now.
Juke? I mean, Key?
I mean, I'm kind of. I really wanted that fight. I'm with Jupe on that one. I really want that fight, and I'm just praying and hoping that, because now his ego has, Shakur ego is through the roof right now. So I'm not
Does he
even.
beat Theo? Like, come on.
Oh yes, oh yes, 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 yes. And I can even see it them being like, treating um Tank as like the little brother now. Ironically,
Key, they are
saying,
not
"Oh,
about to be able to do that.
you too." Yes, they will. That they're
Nah,
gonna try. 2 cents. Come on
they
now,
can't,
like
Key.
you. How
Key,
come they can't?
they're nowhere near Tank. Like, it's they're
I think the
soon as
problem is
Tank.
that they getting people like okay, like you said, I think they gonna try what they try and what they allow is two different things. And I think the problem is that like even you being concerned about it is what they want. Like you're falling into that trap. That's why I said to KO, I'm not asking Tank of I'm not asking anything when it comes to Shakur, I'm not asking Tank of anything else. I refuse to because that's what they want. No, that's how we got this mess. You got a whole bunch of guys who are the B side, who don't want the B side, don't want to be the B side. So they're going over to Turkey Al Sheikh and they think they can make all this money, whatever. But at the end of the day, that we already know that pot is emptying out. I'm not no. I mean, and so they might say he just whatever. We gonna see, and we don't even know what's gonna happen with Tank. But if he gets out of this, I don't see it. If he gets out of this and comes back to the sport, like go and fight you, wait on your terms. Why? Why?
I mean,
Well,
let's be honest. Key. Let's be
Oh, go
honest,
ahead.
Key.
Yes.
What? I feel like Tank. What has he done?
I mean,
Like,
okay, so this because aircraft carriers, like, what do you mean? So Tank is the oldest out of both Devin and Shakur, right? And so what they like, this is what I could see them trying to do because I feel like it's already being implied now, especially with the comments and everything that I've been reading online. And I know when it comes to the there's a difference between the social media open room versus the business room. Two totally different crowds where you in the business room you're being met with your truth, okay? How much you're truly really worth and what you bring to the table and all that. But I just have this feeling that once, okay, so Tank get out this situation and people start calling for it or people start doing interviews just before the fight, the Tio fight, there's an interview of Shakur saying, don't mention him. I don't need him anymore. You see what I'm saying? So I could already um,
is Key breaking up for you, Juke?
Yeah, you breaking up. You sound like you breaking
Key,
up.
you
You
sound
sound
like
kind of
computer love,
computerized.
Key. Key with the T. You sound computerized. We can't hear you. She might have to leave and come back. But I want to play this video with Canelo. You put this on the screen so she can see it. Key computer love. Let's see what Canelo talking about, y'all. He's talking about Canelo believes young fighters are focusing on the wrong things to achieve superstardom in boxing.
Everyone want fame and money before the glory. So they need to focus on the glory. The money and the fame come after. So that's what I mean. When you look or hear the young fighters, they want to be famous and they want to be rich.
Yeah.
They start dressing like they are rich already, posting picture in the social media like they are very famous. No, that's not the way to be a superstar. You need to focus on be a fighter, fight, and be one of the greatest. Because the money, the fame, everything come alone, come together. But if they thinking in that way, they don't gonna do anything. Everyone want fame and money before the glory. So they need to focus on the glory. The money and the fame come after. So
shout out to Canelo. And I think that's a good point that he brought up. Do I need to drop the link in the chat again for Key? Because I'm listening to Keyshawn Davis, and he's talking about how he want big money fights and he's looking for. And I'm like, Keyshawn, this your 14th fight, bro. Like, am I tripping? Like, what are you talking about a money fight? Like, this is your 14th fight. How are you already talking about money fights? When you just ruined your opportunity to place yourself and project yourself to go in the direction towards the superstardom and the bigger money fights. You just fucked that up. And now you're talking about money fights? This is your 14th fight. And I just think that whole thing, is like I'm sick of it. Like, these fighters get to hide behind money. They get to hide behind belts. Like, for example, another lie Shakur Stevenson told. He kept telling y'all he was going back to 135 pounds. He knew he wasn't. So again.
Yeah, and he made a big deal. He made a big deal about being stripped when he knew the rules. Mauricio Suleiman has said that he told Shakur, you know what I'm saying, about that. Everybody know the rules with these
same thing Bud
belts.
did when he got stripped.
Exactly.
With the IBF belt. Like, you knew they was gonna strip you, but you put it in writing. You knew they was gonna strip you.
And I love criticizing the belts. Because again, I'm not one of people who think the belts don't mean absolutely anything, but they are political, and that's all I want people to acknowledge. And do I think this particular incident was like completely politically based? Well, no. And if it was, no one cares about the politics when it benefits them. So it's kind of like, hey, maybe your day, maybe it ain't your day. And if you have the right to say something, but in this case, no. And to my understanding, after reading some stuff, so and going into the rule book, I literally went to the WBC rules. Once you fight in another division for a different belt, you have to give them written notice, and then you have to, because it will be sanctioned as a special event, because you're still representing them, because they're like, we don't want you being a champion with us is the reason why you got this opportunity in the first place, right? Because we want a champion at 135, no champion at 140 will be looking for you, right? And that's partially true, right? So not 100%, but partially. So it's explicitly in writing that you have to, and it's a sanction fee. It's less than your regular fee, right? If it was like a regular defense, it's less. I think it's closer to like 1% or something like that. But to my understanding, that's what Canelo had to pay when he went up to fight Bivol. And he paid it. They say he actually paid even more. So that's why, and the thing is that if you're fighters, you should know this, right? This is something you're doing all the time, I would assume. Just like with Bud. Bud was a undisputed. You know the rules, right? You've done this before. This ain't your first rodeo. So I think what they're doing is like, and that's why, to me, I think all this is still the act itself is not political, but the acting around it is political. That's where, like, I'm sick of the WBC, just like Bud did, Shakur did, and said, I got the ring, and that's why the ring don't charge. They're selling another belt. And then on the other end, you have the WBC who had just done an interview saying, hey, we were treated horribly at Canelo versus Bud. We weren't allowed in the ring. We weren't allowed this. You know, our belt is so prestigious. We built up this history and we were treated terribly. Right. So I think that what we're saying is what I kind of predicted, which is the seas are being split. People are drawing lines in the sand, and you're going to get more fracturing. And everyone thought that this was going to be so great. We're going to get all these fights. And I think it's the opposite, because now I think WBC has no incentive to even give you a benefit of a doubt if you're one of those turkey fighters, because you already know Turkey's MO is to make WBC and all the other belts obsolete. So if you got one of them belts and that's what you care about over there, then fine. Give us our belt.
Let me say this too, Drew, because I wanted to say this, right? I'm a casual. Everybody should know that. If you're new here, punch the like and subscribe button. But 2 cents is a casual. And by casual, I mean I'm not a hardcore. My whole boxing fandom is not based around belts. And the reason for that, and I tell y'all all the time, I'm not saying that they perfect or that they don't have no place or nothing like that, but they're not the end all be all, because they're too political. The belts are a political game. And I don't know why Turkey them pissing off the WBC and Suleiman, because they may have some things that don't go the way that they wanted to go, and you might not be able to do what you thought you was going to be able to do because you can't change the legislation the way you thought you was going to be able to change it. Now, with that being said, why do y'all get upset when the belt starts a politicking? It's politics. Number one, these fighters, the what y'all call them, the active squad, they continuously cause problems and then try to play victim, and everybody just
Wait a minute, hold on. Whoa. 2 cents. They got a goddamn group name.
Yeah, they call it active squad, girl.
Yeah, girl, they have. Yeah, I've just found that out recently. They're like the Avengers, like from Marvel.
Active squad.
Whoa. Who is a part of this? Wait a minute.
Is Andre Ward, Shakur Stevenson, Terrence Crawford, Clarissa Shields, Keyshawn Davis. Who else in the active squad, y'all?
Well,
You might as well add Africa, because Africa said they brothers, and Raymond Ford too. They all brothers.
Raymond Ford.
And I heard recently that Lamont is applying. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Lamont is trying to.
Oh my God, they got to stop this. Oh my God.
But no, because they people have been doing like flyers with like flyers with little images with them all. I don't know if that's the official thing, but yeah, it just that does seem like this.
I don't know about Ford and them; they not necessarily official, but the Shields, Ward, all of my answer, they're the original active squad.
I feel like Ford is like the junior level where they just use him. If there's somebody they don't want to be bothered with, they be like, fight Ford. You gotta fight Ray. And if you don't fight Ray, then you can't get to. Because I feel like every time someone calls someone out that they're not interested, they just throw Ray Ford at you. I don't know what that's about. I don't know why he's the. It's weird. Anyway,
I cannot believe that they got a dang on. They are R&B group. That's what it's called. They are R&B
know,
group.
And that's another thing. Like, as a fan of like a lot of fighters, there's always a fighter who gives me a headache, and for a long time that's been Tank, right? Because Tank and his legal troubles be stressing me. Like, you're getting on my nerves, bro. Like, you really are. And I vocalize that when he does. But Shakur, like, I keep like, and it's not just with Bud too. Like, why do y'all? This whole squad mentality, like, it rips us of like multiple fights. It completely makes 135 and 140 trash. Like, it can be such a great division, but you can't fight this person. I can't fight that person. We can't fight each other. We can't. It's like, this is not a group sport. Go play basketball then. Go play hockey. So it's not a group sport. I've never seen anything like this in the hundreds of years boxing been around.
So, because you got like, what's wrong with this? Damn, it's not working. Okay, so Shakur Stevenson, you all on the internet like, I didn't even fight for y'all belt. Acting like you don't know how it works. They're not getting my 100,000. And this is what I'm afraid could possibly end up happening. Maybe I'm being hyperbolic or I'm reaching. But when the WBC don't let any more of you niggas have their belt, I don't want to hear it. Because look what y'all are doing.
I think
Bud,
that's what's coming. I think that's what's coming.
Shakur, y'all trying to play in this man's face.
Bud said that for Shakur to fight for the ring belt because it's free.
The
That's what he
ring,
said.
listen, the ring is not a. Y'all want to talk about how the belt that Boots won wasn't real? The ring belt is not real, y'all. It's a trophy from a magazine. They not no sanctioning by. They don't sanction. They don't got no.
Right.
You don't got no protections as the ring with the ring belt.
And right, and not only that, you gotta remember that's why it has changed hands so much, because it's just a magazine. Like, it started off as a magazine of journalists who follow the sport and providing their opinions. That's all it was. The people who do, like, that's all it was, right? And so, and there's nothing wrong with that, like the ring belt, and just like you said, Key, that Bud said, oh, it's free. He did the same thing when he got stripped. And it's like every time this happens with the WBC, they do this, the response promotes the ring belt. So I see the play, right? Because according to what Dana said his goal is to get rid of all those belts. That's their end goal.
But why are they so critical on the ring? I mean, on WBC when there's an IBF, WBO,
I've talked to
WBA.
fighters, and the fighters say the WBC is the best one.
Because
They say
WBC
they're the one that actually helps the
popular.
fighters.
So
They
if you
actually help
take
the
down,
fighters.
yeah, if you take down, like, it's like, okay, if you surround it, you take down the biggest person, you knock them out. You figure the other ones will just fall in line or scatter. So they're gonna attack them, right? They've already attacked the WBA when it comes to box rec, like they won't even put the WBA, despite the WBA is actually the oldest belt in all of boxing. It's older than WBC, it's older than the ring, is the oldest by far. So they felt like maybe they could, I don't know, but they did all this business with them, but their goal is to eradicate them. I mean,
Okay.
he said his goal was to eradicate
Yeah.
all of the
They
promoters.
really trying to get rid of boxing
They really
as
are.
we know it, and you
Yeah.
niggas is just cheering on the demise of boxing. And we've been telling y'all that this whole time, and I don't understand like why y'all don't see it. They talking about changing rules in the ring and all this extra shit. Like, if you're a pure hardcore boxing fan, why would you want that? But Phoenix say it's the Ring Magazine Award. They just use the belt as the physical award. They could have used a medal, a trophy, or even a toothpick. Their rankings are popularity contests. Can't even sanction fights.
And then Adarius said all that over a little 100K. To be honest with you, Adarius, we don't know how much it was. You know what I'm saying? And what that was worked out, because one thing about Mauricio Suleiman, he don't pillow talk. He's not gonna put out, no, they were supposed to pay X, Y, and Z. He just say, look, you knew what the rules and regulations was. We talked about this before the fight.
Well,
He keeps it very short and simple with it. He don't put out the money.
He's referring to what, no, you're right. Mauricio did not put it out. Shakur did.
Okay.
He said 100,000.
And
yeah, he put it out on X.
Yeah, he did that. So again, it's in the rules, like it's plain as day. They have a whole section on this, and it's from what I can recall, it's been there, and that's to my understanding what Canelo had to pay when he moved up and he wanted to challenge Bivol. He had to pay a percentage to them because he was undisputed at 168 still. So, and I don't know if I don't know if he had to pay every sanctioning body, but he absolutely had to pay WC. They
and Canelo paid them fees. That's why he let him keep
right.
He
paid the fees, and that's one of the reasons they like him. Yes, he's, I understand that, like, oh, because they're a Mexican-owned company, yeah, but they like the money. Remember, they like the money they're getting from you.
It's
and
political, y'all.
Canelo gonna pay that money now.
He gonna pay the money. That's one person we never heard complain about paying no money. And what's crazy about all this complaint about belts and paying the money, a certain someone said this, like, I don't know, 5 years ago, and everybody like he was crazy, and everybody complaining about it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some more hypocrisy real quick. I just want to bring this up. Did y'all see that video floating around where the guy's like, I sell my soul for 100 million? Terrence Crawford's like, it says a lot about your character.
Oh yes, I was so, because come on now, because he did. Bud Crawford
let me see if I can find it.
He said,
Bud was being a hypocrite. Bud back talking, but
hold on, because we're gonna pull up the clips. Can you just tell about the first?
Oh, never mind. Just let Jupe just watch. Hold on. Hey D1, make sure I subscribe to my boy D1 channel. I forgot to say hey to D1, NHA Tube, J Man. Let me see, Aircraft Carrier, Phoenix, Adarius Warren, the Beautiful Arena, Slogan, Salute King, Salute, Dean by any means. Subscribe to my boy channel, Dondrick in the building. And if I missed you, my apologies. Ramon, Salute King. Good to see y'all. Hey, Aso Sane. But Jupe is a whole bunch of hypocrisy that 2 Cents about to pull up.
oh Lord. I mean, I feel like that's all we've been dealing with. And you know, like I said, there's just rules that's only for certain fighters, and they don't care, and they're gonna be hypocrite, all this hypocrisy.
So somebody put that clip of Bud talking to what's his name and him talking about selling his soul. I can't find it.
They're gonna
what I did find to remind y'all.
Hey, Paige.
There go y'all hero holding hands with Turkey.
Oh, come on, 2 Cents. Now you just got to be petty. Okay, so how do y'all feel about Bud saying that he is done entirely because not even for the so Jude basically he did an interview Bud Crawford did a few days ago in which he said that he would not come back to the sport, and the guy was like, even what about for 100 million? Bud said no, I'm not, it's not worth, it's not worth his soul or something like that. But several months ago on the Andre Ward show.
Oh, hold on, I got it, Key. I got it.
Oh, never mind. She got it.
I couldn't find the first clip. I want to show you the first clip.
Hey, Cash.
Before the second clip. And then we're going to see the Bud Buddies come on here and try to defend it. Because they supposed to be Bud still don't be Bud.
He said, why
y'all remember y'all like Bud, a family man, he don't smoke, he don't drink. But he on here talking about he had 6 kids with a woman he should have left a long time ago.
I don't like how he did her.
That bothered me so bad. That really irked my soul.
So I think when I retire, I have a lot of things to put my energy into.
You think you're gonna be somebody that come back?
Nah.
When you done, you done.
It's over with.
It's 100 million on the table, bro.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
I need to get that. I'm retired again. Back. When you get that, I'm retired again.
I'm coming back. 100 M's.
Yeah. One more, Terrence.
For 100 million, you will come back. Right now.
I gotta pray on it, bro.
No, you ain't gotta pray on nothing. For 100 million, Andre SOG Ward, and I'm saying this in the camera right now.
I said one.
Hey, y'all put that link in
Andre
the chat,
SOG Ward will come back right now for 100 million. Promise you.
I gotta pray on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you gonna pray, and then God, you gonna say God told me to take the money. God gonna tell you this. God gonna tell me, hey, look, God gonna tell me I got one more in me. Yeah. The way you was shadowboxing today, you was moving around. Yeah. God gonna tell you, boy, you got one more left in you, and you been resting your body. Go give me time.
It's a whole lot of bread on the table, bro. If I wanted to,
it ain't no 100 million.
It's a lot of money on the table.
It ain't no 100 million. One fight for 100 million.
It ain't 100 million, but it's up there though.
One fight for 100 million. You coming back? Boxing is a poor man's sport, and for them to drop 100 M's on you right now,
I ain't got that call yet.
I know you didn't. That's us. Hey, look,
I ain't got that call
yet.
Yet.
To the side. You gonna be like, all right, it's gonna be well worth it. It's gonna be well worth it.
Boxing Hacker, once again, you sound dumb. Why would you have 6 kids with a baby mama that's a problem?
And if that's the case, that means both of them was a problem because you keep going back to her.
All I'm gonna say is this: I don't know about their relationship. One thing I do know, that young lady, I have never, and I used to follow her, and I still do. I have never ever heard her so much as mention anything negative towards him. No. She's never implied anything negative towards him. I remember there was a video of her fighting in the City Trends parking lot over this man, okay? Physically fighting.
What?
Y'all remember that? Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
No.
Shut up.
No,
I never said it. I should have said that. Shut up. Y'all didn't hear that. Hey,
Not Bud fighting over
edit
the city
that. No,
trends.
she was, but we're gonna edit that out the show. The point is that I never heard her say I should have put anything negative or anything about that relationship out in the public. Never. She has 6 kids by the man. She raising them kids. And for you,
and she's doing an amazing job too.
Right, because one of them is like a track star. They all talented. And then she got a lot of like scrutiny that bothered me. I think she's gorgeous. I think she's a beautiful young lady.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't have that particular, IG look.
She ain't got that. She ain't an exotical. The type of woman that all of them look alike. All they women look alike.
And again,
stop it.
What didn't I literally start my?
No, just he a troll. Just go ahead.
I know, because I literally started by saying I don't know what happened in their household, but I do know publicly she has never said a single word about it. But I do know about that City Trends parking lot thing. But I'm gonna let it go. Okay. All I'm saying is that I have never seen her do an interview on her social media, drag him, mention him, say anything, a single disparaging word to the public about him. So to me, the least, I don't care if she did do something. I'm sure he's done stuff. The least he could do is not put her out there like that. That's their mother. And the fact that you couldn't do that bothers me.
Please tell me who is blaming anybody. Nobody is blaming nobody.
They're not listening.
There's no blame, y'all. No, there was no blame placed on nobody. But anyway,
right? He said
he put the blame. He put the blame on her.
Right? Is it like you're mad at us for saying
he came at her? He's the one that said it.
He could have easily said no comment. That's
no comment because that's my child's mother. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like who handled that? I'm trying to think. It was some rapper that did that with his child's mother, and he was like, "Nah, I'm not going." You know what I'm saying? Because we got to raise these kids together. Even Remy Ma at the beginning, before it got all messy between Clarissa and Papoose. It's a video of her when everything first went down. She was like, I'm not gonna come and say anything against Papoose because that's still my child's father. Then next thing you know, it just went to hell. But at first she was taking the high road, and then I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but it went down. But there are people out there that, like Jupe said, they take the high road. They say, you know what, we're not even about to go there.
Right. And by the way, you see how emotional these guys are in this chat? Because I did not accuse him of doing anything. What I'm saying is, I think he should have did the same thing she did, which is not speak on each other disparagingly to the media because you have 6 children. And all I'm saying, this is something you can find on social media. That City
6 children that go to school. And I don't know if y'all know high schoolers, but these high schoolers are a-holes.
Right. You get and not only that, there's been a few instances where he has given the public ammunition against her.
Yeah.
At the time he talked about her weight, he didn't have to put that out. She has never. So everybody, you know, he did. Y'all, you can't say anything. And I'm not saying again. Maybe she could have cheated. She could have done all. And I'm saying she did. I don't know. I never even claimed to know. Y'all are so emotionally connected to this man. He's not gonna listen. He don't want you. He got somebody else. Okay, gentlemen, settle down. All I'm saying is that I just would have wished he didn't say anything disparaging because she has never, ever done it, while he has 2 times in recent interviews, and he's done it on social media before. That's all I'm saying. And so far as the comment, I know he ain't went against her head. You don't know nothing, because guess what? The majority of domestic violence cases don't get reported. So you don't know anything. We don't know anything. And matter of fact, I've never seen Tank go up against somebody's head, because I know that's who you're alluding to. He may have, he may haven't. I haven't seen it. And you haven't either. So you don't know anything. All you know is that your feelings are hurt because I said that maybe Bud should have just said no comment. And you're so hurt that I said Bud should say no comment that you're sitting here fighting for your life for him when he don't even know you exist. Calm down, get a V8 and relax.
I think to be honest with you though, Jude, in 2 cents, because there, it's been 2 different. So the latest one I seen, this other one that I seen a picture of him. They were like cozy. I should have saved that picture. I'm gonna see if I could go back and find it. because I wasn't sure. I'm like, maybe this is like a publicist or something of that nature. But I do know, I think he had another baby, right? And so, but this other one, I was like, Lord Jesus, this was recent. I'm gonna go as we're talking and see if I could find it. And see this one, because 2 Cents and Jupe, I swear to God, I swear to God, y'all, this girl looked like she can be related to Devin, Shakur, Tank, all they baby mamas. And remember when I was telling you 2 Cents, I'm like, man, all they girls look alike. Like all of them got some type of feature to me that, you know, with the slanted eyes and I don't know if it's the way they lay their edges and the hair, the add-ins. I'm not sure what it is, but all they girls got a similarity. Even Shakur girl looked like, you know what I'm saying? Like all of them look like they could be related. You feel me? Like they just got this look to them. And this one that he was posted up with, I'm like, Lord Jesus, please do not, Bud, don't fall for it. Come on, Bud, like separate yourself from them. But because even when I seen, and I know this may sound like I may have a tinfoil hat on right now, a conspiracy theorist, but even when I seen, um what's his name, the heavyweight that's about to come back, why can't Deontay Wilder, y'all know I'm rooting for Deontay Wilder against Chisora. But when Deontay a couple weeks ago did that interview talking about his child's mother and her son, and I think that was his ex-wife, and they showed her picture, and I said, God darn it, she looked like them too. It's like all of them. Like even if you look at like David Benavidez girl that he be with, and Oscar De La Hoya girl, they look like they related. G, like it's so weird to me. Like the only one whose girl looked like she homely, like you could tell, you know what I'm saying, she ain't really a part of that clique, but she's just naturally beautiful, is 2 of them, Manny Pacquiao wife and Ugas wife. Ugas got a beautiful wife. Both of them look, you know what I'm saying, they just look down, and Nonito, Rachel, they all got their own, they do their own thing, but the rest of them, even was it Mel Charlo wife and them, they all got this look to me. Even Spence, Jupe, I can't describe it. It's like they all look alike.
I mean,
They all look alike, Jupe.
Okay, so this is the thing, and I say, hey, you date who you want, and I really don't care about their dating lives like that. I really don't. I see where you're going with it though. Like, you know, I would say like Tank's first, you know, the mother of his first child, she doesn't. She has she's gorgeous. Oh my God.
Oh, yes. She's the separate one. Yep. She's another one.
She does have a different, I know you're saying there's a prototype, is what you're saying. And that's fine. They have a prototype. If that's what they like,
That's the word. Yeah, that's the word, a prototype. Yes, they all got a prototype.
Right. And if that's what they have, fine. To me, I don't care. Do what you want to do. It's your life. And I'm not judging. I just feel it's really interesting that me simply saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't publicly comment disparagingly against the mother of your children would send these men in a chat up in smoke and say, you don't know what's going on in their life. And I literally prefaced it. And by the way, if you know the word, if you don't know what the definition of preface is, meaning before I state my major point, I'm going to that's what prefaced is. I prefaced it by saying, I don't know what's going on in their lives. So you grown men in the chat who are about to have a conniption by saying, hey, just maybe you shouldn't, you know, that's like I went in, like maybe you shouldn't be talking about your, maybe. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying I've never seen her say a thing about this man. I think, you know, but Bug has the right to live his life and do what he want to do.
But I think too, to Jupe's point, like, and just like how she was saying how, like, especially with the situation with Tank, we're gonna get into that next after I show y'all this video about these women doing this as a group, like as a team and being set up. So and it's no, you know, mystery that people send women at these men, they be handlers and all kind of crazy stuff going on. Bud just came into a whole shitload ton of money. Now all of a sudden he got an exotic girlfriend.
Well, I don't even think it's exotic. If everybody looked like it, then that takes away the definition of exotic. Because you're
I mean, I'm just saying it to the point because it's like that the prototype is like the exotic look type of thing.
Right, and just like people are saying, Bud can say what he want to say, fine. And when these women start clearing people out, don't say nothing. If he can say what he want to say and she start talking about what he did and don't do, keep that energy. You're right. He can say what he want to say. No one said he couldn't. I'm saying maybe he shouldn't have. So if she goes to the public and start airing people out, don't come in here sniffling and crying, man, these women beat. No. I'm saying
so let's check this out.
Match your energy.
Y'all remember how Bud just was crying? He told Andre Ward he'll go back to boxing for $100 million. That was the recent clip before. This is the old clip from before. This is the most recent clip that went viral.
Price. There is not a number that can get you back in that ring. 80 million, 100 million.
Nah, because now you selling your soul.
$100 million, you can have my soul.
That's you. Now we know your character. Sometimes, you know, you look at people and you be like, dang, man, you ain't got no dignity. You ain't got no morals. Like, come on, man. Like, what you gonna stand for if everything is about money? Like, I never was in a sport because of money, you know. Of course, I was in a sport to make money, but I wanted to be a world champion. Yeah. You know, I wanted to do something that I set my sights out to do as a little boy. Money wasn't the motivation. Me being a world champion was the motivation. Me accomplishing all the things that I've accomplished along the way on my journey, you know, it was extra credit. It was extra credit because it's coming from the hood. It was like, man, I just want to be a world champion because that's just my dream. So when I became a world champion, it was just like, man, all this other stuff is like a cherry on the top. Like, you know what I mean? I did what I set my sights out to do. It was evident that I wasn't going to let nothing stand in the way of me accomplishing that goal in my life.
But he got bigger. You could see it in his face. Look at his nose.
You need to get a plan B. You need to go to.
He looked fat. Yeah, you could tell he ain't boxing.
Right?
He a little juicy.
Yeah, Bud ain't that spent. I feel him.
Get in the fight. I'm getting kicked out of college. Like I'm what in school? Yeah, man. I'm gonna make this work. I used to tell her, I'm gonna make this work. It ain't no other way. Yeah. It's either this, dead, or jail. Like, it's no other way. Like, this is gonna work. It have to work.
Hold up. Man, he is so full of it, seriously.
He needs to cut his hair.
Bud can't change his mind. Listen, you don't go from 100 million. Yeah, I'll come back. If I find 100 million, you will come back. 100 million.
He just requested 100 million to fight the rematch of Canelo.
Nah, man.
Wow. Okay, wait a minute.
I just came into boxing to be a world champion. I mean, I ain't really worried about every fight. Money. I just want to be a world champion. Fuck the belts, they don't mean nothing. I just want to be a world champion. The ring belt, the only belt that matters. I just want to be a ring champion. Contradiction, hypocrisy, like what?
Okay, question. So I don't know if you know, the two videos you just showed me of him saying that he'll come back and Ward will come back for 100 million, and then the video of him saying he won't sell his soul. Do you know the timestamp? Like, was that like a long time? It don't look like it. Was that like
that was in 2025, if I'm not mistaken, with Andre Ward. That was before the Canelo fight. That might have been
before the Canelo fight.
That was before the Canelo fight.
Okay. Because I don't know if you watched that whole Canelo interview. To say that's interesting because like he was like, oh, I'm definitely coming back for 100 million. Now he's not, and that's you can't change your mind. But the fact that he told the guy that that's his character, like you made it into a character flaw, while you were just saying you would, is a little weird, which is a contradiction, but fine. But in that interview, Canelo was talking about how he wanted that rematch, and Bud's refusing.
Bud didn't rematch him, just like
Canelo said no. I mean,
and how Fury tried to not rematch Deontay. You see how they take these big fights and then don't do the rematches?
But you know what? That's kind of on Canelo partially because you should have made sure that was set up, and Turkey didn't protect you there. Just like now the good thing is that he
could have been set up, but he retired.
Yeah, he retired. Right. But guess what? If it's in the contract, like for example. Yeah, it's not just retiring. Like you just can't retire out of something like that, or you have to pay a large sum of money normally, though. Like for example,
if you retire, I think if you retire,
if you're contracted for a rematch, even if you retire, I mean, I don't know. I have to look at it. I'm trying to think what situation. I just know there's two times.
Because ain't that how Floyd retired? Didn't he get out of a rematch? Oscar De La Hoya?
No, Oscar. No, Oscar. No, Oscar got in. So this is what happened with the rematch. They were pursuing it, but Oscar. Gosh, I'm trying to shoot. How do I say this? Oscar was in the streets. I'm sorry. Oscar was in the street. No, no. This is what I no. Look. Allegedly, which is really not, but allegedly, Oscar was in because that's when he was living in LA or Vegas, one of the two. I gotta reach out to my boy again because they be in that they be around Nate and them, but allegedly they were pursuing Ellerby. All of them were talking to get the rematch in place, but Oscar De La Hoya, that's when he jumped off the porch and was heavy in that ski slopes, if y'all get my drift, and was in them parties and doing some things at them parties back in the day, which we have all seen the pictures of. And then he ended up getting in trouble. Let me find that article. It was either he got in trouble, Oscar got in trouble with was it his ex-wife at the time when he was going through that divorce? I think it was either his first or his second wife. Oscar had a lot of stuff going on with drugs.
Oscar been married.
Oscar been married by what, 2-3 times now. So he
transmission.
No, that's look up. God darn it, 2 cents. Let me see. Oscar De La Hoya wives. I think he been married. So he been married 1, 2. I think twice. Yes, I think he's been married twice. So the first wife, that's when he was going through all that crap. Like Oscar was getting it in. And so the fight, from my understanding, what was said to me was that the fight fell through not because of Floyd, but because of Oscar and the stuff that he was involved in them streets, because that was around the same time. If you look up the dates and everything, that was around the same time Oscar was taking those pictures and stuff, getting them pictures.
Let me just say, like, I know people, not just because you off key, but like this is the thing about saying that he timed out the rematch. Normally the rematch is normally immediate, meaning because you want the immediate rematch so that the person doesn't go on to fight someone else and then potentially lose that belt to someone else, right? That's why it's immediate, and they can put an injunction, kind of like what Lennox Lewis did with Hasim Rahman, correct? Same thing that Wilder did with Fury. Floyd fought Hatton months after he fought Oscar. After Hatton, he took a break. He had a fight immediately after that. I think people forgetting that. So that's why I'm like, I don't think that's what it was, because let me just double check. Yeah, so he fought Oscar De La Hoya in May of 2007. He went on to fight Ricky Hatton in December of 2007. And then he took a layoff and came back against Marquez in 2009. So yeah, if you want to do a rematch, it'd have been before Hatton, right? Because you don't want anybody to beat you and all that. That's the whole purpose of the immediate rematch. That's why
you talking about with Oscar.
No, I'm saying, okay, so remember Floyd beat Oscar, right? So Oscar wants a rematch, and people are saying Floyd took a layoff to avoid the rematch with Oscar, but the rematch would have been immediate. But Floyd, a few months later, less than 5 months later, went on and fought someone else. He could have legally tried to stop it, which is why. So y'all remember in the Fury,
right? And that's because Oscar was in them streets, Jude.
Right, and I'm just saying that people are trying to say, "Oh, he timed out the rematch." No, Oscar wasn't on his stuff trying to get it. Kind of like you saw what Wilder did to get that rematch with Fury, because remember they announced Fury versus AJ, and everybody was like, "Ha ha, Wilder not gonna get his rematch," and then Wilder won in that court. And they're like, you're not doing it because Al Heyman wasn't playing that, right? If you got, and remember, Oscar was the golden boy. So if he wanted to really stop Floyd from rematching, and there was a suitable rematch in place, it would have happened.
Oh God, why you bring up that Bud situation? Track found the clip.
Hold on,
of
here we go.
Bud
Shout
baby
out
mama
to
fighting.
Tez. Shout out to Tez. I'm not gonna play that, y'all. Shout out to Tez 305 with the
oh my God, I did not mean to bring that out.
I might play it on 2 Cents After Dark. Put it in the chat.
I want to see
email
it.
To me.
I want to see it.
Oh my God, I feel terrible now.
I'm gonna see it.
Shout out to
I'm gonna put it in the thing.
Can we just please don't do it? Oh my gosh, just shut up. I talk too much.
Shout out to Tez 305. Back in the super chat again with the shout out to ladies night. Shout out to Tez 305. But hold on, y'all, because I'm about to pull up this tape.
No, I don't even think it shows much. Don't do that.
No, not that tape.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, let's not do that. I feel bad for that young woman already. I do.
I just make a video.
2 Cents.
I'm just playing.
But you missed some other super chats, 2 Cents.
I did. Okay, let me see. Okay, I got Phoenix the Assassin with the $5 in the super chat. He says, I've been telling y'all it wasn't Oscar. That was De La Coca doing all that. He came back during the Ryan versus Devin press conference. Shout out to Phoenix the Assassin. Who else I miss? Shout out to Burr Weezy with the $9.99 in the super chat. Says, do anybody remember on X when Tank and Bud got into it and he said Bud wife is 300 pounds? Next thing you know, Bud got an outside baby, insecurity baby. And I remember when everybody was like, oh, Tank disrespect these girls. And I said, y'all, I don't know if you remember this, Key. And I said, he got 6 kids with that woman and he hasn't married her. He's disrespecting.
Yep, you said that. Yeah, yep. You did say that.
Also,
I say he's nobody's disrespecting her more than him.
Well,
yep,
what
you did say that.
About? I feel like maybe I have too much like remembrance of stuff. So like this is the problem I had back a while, and after that, I'm not speaking of else. The first person to bring up, so I don't know if you remember, it was this UK fighter. I can't remember his name, and I was so irritated because he brought up her weight and saying a champion should have, and that I do feel like maybe these men are pressured to fight a particular date a particular archetype because she has been made fun of before about other fighters.
Remember they used to, when the Bud and Spence fight was leading up, they used to compare Spence woman to also look like them. But I digress. But they compare Spence woman to Bud Crawford woman.
This lady got 6 kids. If you're not gonna compare her to a woman with 6 kids, what are we doing?
Right. And the thing is that Buzz, she's gorgeous. I think she's so pretty. I don't subscribe to certain. I don't know. I think she's pretty. But what made me mad is that happened way before Bud and Spence, way before, because a UK guy. It was a UK guy who was saying it. And then one time Bud did tweet, I think he had deleted it. He tweeted that like, oh my God, my girl is so many pounds, right? Mm-hmm. He mentioned that she was big. And I was like, don't put that out because you're going to give people ammunition to use against her, right? But he probably not thinking like that. But at the end of the day, she's curvy, she's beautiful, she has 6 children. No one's going to have 6 children and going to stay a stream being unless that's really just in your DNA. But at the end of the day, she's curvy. Like she's a beautiful woman. I don't see anything wrong with her. And it bothers me that people act like she's not cute because she don't wear the specific size and specific look. There's nothing wrong with that woman. It pisses me off or whatever.
All right, y'all. So we're about to switch gears over to Gervonta Tank Davis. And I need all the people that was telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm protecting Tank.
God damn it, Cash.
And whatever else y'all was saying, because I said that I think the police are extorting Gervonta Tank Davis. I already felt like he was probably getting extorted the whole time. because from the moment I read the lawsuit, none of this shit made sense, y'all. It's not about protecting and covering. It's about common sense and logic. And it didn't make sense. And the story kept changing. And this kept happening. And all this other crazy shit going on. Am I saying he didn't do anything? Not, that you ain't hear that come out of my mouth not one time. Not one time did you hear me say he ain't do anything. But what I did say was he's probably being extorted.
Wait, I'm sorry, 2 cents. Dean is tripping. Y'all up in there cutting up. Go ahead, 2 cents.
This nigga Dean.
Yup, T Hill, we did. We did, Thomas Hill. We did. We've been trying to. The police extort, man. It appears that everybody.
Aircraft carrier. Wasn't that you trying to clown me the other day? Talking about 2 cents think the police extorting Tank.
Man, it look like
you
everybody.
Shots at me in the Tank aircraft carrier. I don't know when y'all gonna learn to listen, man. What I got the lie for? So here's the video of Gervonta Tank Davis, lawyer, in court. And there, what is this? What is trial is this?
I think it's a bond hearing.
The bond hearing. This is the bond hearing, is what it is. And so we're going to listen. Some of you might have already heard it. You've already listened to it, whatever the case may be. But we're going to listen to it again over here on 2 cents. Because I've been making some points that this is going to point out. Now, I'm going to go back in my live and find it. But y'all remember the day we read that lawsuit. And I looked up her law firm and we read about it. And I said, why does she even have them as a lawyer? And who is paying for this? We're going to look up that law firm again because it was very strange and very odd. And I asked those questions.
Was I here when you talked about her law firm? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up.
And yep. And just to let y'all know, they only released part of this video. This is the first time that we're all now seeing the full video. The headline was Tank Davis.
I mean, not you. I'm talking about.
The first thing was that, you know, Tank was released on bond and was issued a restraining order. You know, the girl issued that. Now all of a sudden, here's the full video of this bond hearing.
So, NHA, I need to know how you know so much about Tank Davis. It's crazy. But
what
I want to know why they only released the part about the judge saying the restraining order. Why is that the thing that was circulating around the internet?
Because that's what sells.
All this stuff this man said in this freaking video, and the only part that y'all clip and circulate around is the part where the judge is reading the restraining order. How come y'all ain't clip up the part where she say, Tank, you got yourself a good lawyer, you need to stick with him and do what he say? Why y'all ain't clip that part up and running around? Why y'all ain't clip the part up? Man, let me just play the video.
Boxer Gervonta Davis brought up on charge of what prosecutors say was kidnapping, false imprisonment, and battery at a strip club. But Tank Davis says, no, you got it all wrong. This is an extortion, and I'm the real victim. Watch this felony bond hearing and tell me, what do you think?
Despite what the warrant says, okay, the police officer who was involved in the drafting of the warrant and the state attorney's office that ultimately brought it to Judge Wolfson were deceived. They were lied to and deceived about a whole variety of things. And let me just say,
the police officer that brought the information to the judge had been lied to and deceived. Not just lied to.
But wait.
And deceived.
But isn't it the police job to investigate? I'm be quiet.
I mean, I think they have to initially just take the plaintiff's complaint
statement. Okay.
Statement. I'm assuming again. I'm
gonna break it down. Go. Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna take that statement, and then hey, and then if they have probable cause, which apparently they did because there's a video, then they start, then that's time for like when the DA or whoever, because again, they're judicial, right? They're just doing, not judicial, I'm sorry, they're the law officers, right? It's up to like the legislative area to like figure it out, right? So I'm just gonna arrest a person because you made this claim, and then I see some evidence that is potential, and you see this video, so okay, we have probable cause to arrest you. Now it's for the prosecutor to make their own case about it. But yeah, they should try. I would assume that they should try to make sure that these claims make sense in the first place. But I think I don't know. It's kind of gray, right? Kind of murky.
Yeah. So, Drew, I need to ask you. I'm gonna ask you though. I'm looking at this video with Bud and his baby mama's fighting. He just standing there looking goofy.
Oh, stop!
Okay. Here we go.
What I'm telling you.
Dude, did I ever show you that video with the Indongo fight with Bud and they passing envelopes to each other on the stage?
What envelopes?
You ain't seen? I'm gonna show it to you.
I ain't watched the Indongo fight in so long.
Approximately 10 days ago, I contacted the state attorney's office and I spoke to Marty Jimenez, who was the chief of the domestic violence section, and I discussed all of these issues with her. And I've also a packet which I have in front of me. I actually sent to her, which basically has got corroborating material that will corroborate everything that I'm about to tell you. The reality is that there's an allegation that an incident took place at Tootsie's between this young lady and Mr. Davis. And then basically she indicated she was in fear for her life and she was never going to see him again. And she was scared. And based upon that, this whole warrant was issued. It wasn't just a warrant. It was a warrant. It was a civil case. It was an injunction case, whatever. Well, it turned out that the police officer who investigated this was lied to.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Counsel's testifying. This isn't within the four corners of the affidavit. A judge has already found probable cause. All I'm asking is, Your Honor, leave the bond and issue the stay away order.
I understand. This is not my first day, so I understand.
Mr. Steckel, I'm sustaining her objection. She's right. It's a first appearance hearing, and I have to rely on the four corners of this document.
She is, unless.
Hold on. Now I want you to notice how this judge's energy changes when she start hearing what he's saying. Because he like, yeah, you right. Unless. When he say that, unless, she gotta listen. Watch how he cook right here.
Unless the court was misled and deceived at the time that the warrant was issued. And let me just point this out.
Now, I don't know how you can be misled and deceived if you got a video. Can somebody explain to me how you're misled and deceived, but you have a video? Juke Key, anybody got any question, anything about that?
Well, okay, you know how they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. So a video. So this is what I've seen. Again, like I said on KOs, and like I said on Upper and on here. I'm a licensed social worker. So
let me say something real quick. Real quick so I can cook Boxing Hacker before he starts saying this stupid shit. Boxing Hacker, you are right. She objected. I'm not sure why you keep repeating this over and over, but it's not what we're talking about. So you don't have to say that 1,000 times over here. Thank you.
So one thing that we do drug court. Well, one of the things is drug court. We do substance abuse. We do people that are having suicidal or ideations, and I also deal with individuals in this type of situation. And so one thing that has always made apparent to me in these cases, whether it was a man or a woman, because as we know, domestic violence can both impact both genders. Okay. One thing is that when it comes to these cases, sometimes it is photographic evidence of the abuse. And that's why I say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So when we get those, about 80% of the cases that I've handled has to do with both of the people, the man and the woman, hitting on each other. Okay. And so both of them have scars, or both of them, or one person have a scar, but she initiated or the guy initiated, whatever the case may be. That's why you can argue a picture, because who started what, you can put the picture together and charge the person and testify and do all that other stuff. Now, a video was different. A video will show you, okay, you know, what occurred in that instant, in that moment, what actually happened. And so for this one, there has to be, with this video, there has to be something that showed Tank either blocking the individual from leaving because of the kidnapping charges. It has to show something with him maybe grabbing her, or actually striking her. It has to be, it's easier to argue a video than it is a picture at times, depending on who your attorney is and how he can get it about the jam. And since this is at a public space in which they said has surveillance cameras there, they're looking at the entry. So I'm pretty sure that there's an entry video of Tank entering the club, and of some type of communication and body language. They're looking at all of that. So that's what they're possibly arguing, 2 cents. I hope I answered that for you, but that's probably what they're indicting him on what was that action when he came into contact with that said alleged victim.
Okay. Because I just think the video should be open and shut.
No, I was gonna say that.
A very good.
Go ahead. You gonna say what?
No, I was gonna say that's what I thought was gonna happen. Like when all this first came out, I don't understand why we're still going through this. Because we're not going through nothing, right? They are. But once they said, "Oh my God, he's kidnapped this woman," and I remember, I think like you were right, Key, like the original claim he beat her up, blah blah blah. And I'm not saying he didn't. He probably did. I don't know. And if he did, go to jail. I don't care. I'm done with you. I can move on. It's not that deep for me. Because I know you touch me, you're going down. Anyway, so I just thought that this would have been wrapped up sooner, because I just knew a TMZ video was coming out. Like I just knew it, because you're telling me, from what I'm hearing, I've been to Florida, like Miami once or twice. I've been to Florida before. I've never been to this particular place, but they're telling me this is like this very well-known place with all these different, socialites go. And I'm assuming it has a lot of video, right? And then, of course, if someone comes in there and causes a disturbance and you're dragging someone out and beating them pillar to post, I'm assuming somebody's going to sneak that little phone in. Let's say take your phones. I don't know, right?
No, they don't at strip clubs. They're not supposed to, at least. Now, you're not supposed to film at certain strip clubs. Now, I don't know how Tusi gets down, but I do know here in Chicago, because I have a couple of gay female cousins, and for their birthdays, we have went to the strip clubs to celebrate with them,
Mm-hmm.
And so in the ones in Chicago, what they do is you can't film the women.
Hold on, Dodger say he done been 1,000 times. Dodger, can you film in there? What man?
How does that work, Dondrick? Can you film in there? Because in Chicago you can't. They real strict in Chicago at the strip clubs.
Yeah, I'm
in Chicago. It ain't changed, bro. You really get annoying. I'm about to time you out.
I'm in Chicago too, Key. But I don't really frequent, like, so that's kind of like not my thing, which I ain't no judge, do what you do. I remember went to something a long time ago, but I can't remember. Anyway, this is like a bachelorette party, but I don't know what the rules are. So
I love bachelorette parties, girl. I love male strippers. Girl, I love male strippers. Do you hear me? I'm sorry.
Oh my God, Key. Hey, no wrong. Hey, you like what you like. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, I would assume that between the other patrons filming, because this is a secure place, that there's video everywhere. And so I'm just surprised that we haven't gotten a video yet. And that's why I don't know what he did. If he did this, go down, whatever, I didn't expect this to be drugged out to this point, because I just thought that, like, because I would think what you want to do is you want to get the, of course, at the end of the day, it's all about court, right? Is if you can defend yourself in the court, can you prove it in a court of law? but people also fight to win in a court of public opinion. And the video, you know, if it's what he did is what they allege, that's it. That's ball game. We ain't gotta go through all this rigmarole. Like, just put the video out and be done. Like I know somebody said, "Oh, the Tank fan scared for that video to come out." No, I actually wanted it out yesterday. Because if you did hit buy, we're done. Like that. Like, it's just that, and it started. So, the more and more stuff is coming out, and the more peculiar this is getting, to the point of that low bond. Oh, he's on a run. Now you got a low bond. You got a bond that's like super low that the average person could gather. It's just too many inconsistencies. You're on the run, the marshal's out of you, but you out in a couple hours. Like, what is Florida doing? I've never seen where the marshals are after you. You're such a risk, which I thought, like, I was like, oh my God, Tank is done. He messed himself up. He's stupid. That's what the initial thought. And now it's like, yeah, but we letting you right back out and your bond's $850. Like, what? It's just, I've never seen anything so confusing before in my life, and you don't even know what to think. And every time they release something, it just makes it crazier and more complicated. Just put the video out and let's be done.
67 people punch the like button, y'all. Push the like button, push the subscribe button. If this is your first time here, this is 2 Cents Ladies Night, all ladies panel where we talk boxing. Right now we're discussing this hearing with Devontae Tank Davis. And
Weezy confirmed it. He said that they won't let you film. They're very strict, and that's what we encountered when my cousin, when she was, because I think she's in her feminine ways now, but when she was in her butch ways, when she was in her butch ways, she was trying to, you feel me? And
so she was transitioning.
She was, yes. So she was trying to film, and I swear, man, that security guard came so quick. When at the strip club in Chicago, when we was there, it was crazy. I'm like, cuz, man, we almost got put out. Like, cuz, you gotta chill.
Boxing Hacker, we're not talking about anything about the bond having anything to do with the validity of the case, bro. We're talking about
it's not just okay. Let me tell you something.
What the lawyer
No.
said.
But I let me go ahead. Jupe, I got you, Queen. Look,
get it.
Let me tell you something. Boxing Hacker. There is a difference. Yes, when the bond is low, you can automatically tell where this is going. You can literally tell if it's going to be a felony or a misdemeanor. Okay, like seriously. Now there's a difference between. Okay, I'll give you an example. We've been teaching with the practice that I'm with. We've been teaching our adolescents about these new laws surrounding school firearms and making threats against schools and everything, right? So today there was a gentleman picked up, white male. I forgot where state he was in, but he made a TikTok video pointing at a school with his fingers in the shape of a GUN, and saying that he was going to blaze it up. You feel me? So they picked him up. This was several weeks ago, and he was held on a $5 million bond. You can look it up yourself. This is a young dude. Okay? And so they're trying to get into the schools right now and trying to educate high schoolers about, listen, we're getting very strict on this because, as we all know, there's a problem with this. Now, some people are calling this because this is a big thing in both therapy and therapeutic practices and in law, because some people are saying that's too harsh. Why would you pick this kid up and put a $5 million bond up, and he just made a video and it wasn't like he was actually doing it? But no, they're saying no, we're tired of what's going on. So Tank, let's tie this to Tank. He is being charged. These are felony accounts, okay? These are felony counts for kidnapping, all kind of things. I think 2 felonies, and the other one isn't, if I'm not mistaken.
Misdemeanor.
Yeah, misdemeanor, right? So, and his bond was $8,500. That don't fly.
Key, and also let me just say something, because I hear what he's saying. He listed one factor of the bond. Let me just really quickly give you the points that determines your bond. Number one is the severity of the offense. Like violent crimes and felonies usually result in a higher bond. The other one is public safety risk, right? Because if you're kidnapping people and you're on the run and the marshal got to get you, that's a huge risk, right? Because you're a risk. That's why they're coming after you. The other one is risk of flight, which is what my hacker just know. Yes, risk of flight. So, right, risk of flight, and right, because you want to make sure that they stay put and come to court. The other is criminal record. Prior convictions, right? We know he has a prior conviction. I don't think it's a felony, but he does have a prior conviction. Not in domestic violence, though. He does not. The other one is, and key, this is interesting, evidence strength. The weight of the evidence against the defendant.
Yeah.
And then the last point is financial ability. This man is a multi-millionaire. And I'm not saying he did it, he didn't do it. He's a multi-millionaire. Why would you make him pay a bond less than $1,000? He has it in his sock. It's in his sock.
Anyway,
that's the factors of the bond. So, because he's not a flight risk. Well,
damn, Dondre, what you do, Dondre?
The whole point is to make sure you come to court and you don't want to lose the money. Tank, you think Tank is going to be hurt by losing the $850?
Okay, hold on, y'all. He says he talking about the validity, not the severity. So let's hear about the validity of the case. Let's keep it going, Boxing Hacker. I'm glad you said
Juke clearly explained that.
Tanya, briefly, that should matter.
Yes, Juke, that was a great explanation. Boxing Hacker wasn't even listening. All he want to do is repeat what he want to say.
Yeah, he's going to argue.
To be brought before Judge Brink.
What I'm asking you to do is, and I'm very, very simply.
Did y'all see her face? Nigga say, what I'm asking you to do is.
Documented shakedown by lawyers to try and squeeze $1 million out of him to make this go away. Okay, it's all documented. We have emails, we have text messages, we have photographs, everything. And the alleged victim too, okay, was actually with him after the Tootsie's incident and lied to the police when he would not pay the $1 million, okay, to suggest he was not. And we have documented that also. The state attorney's office is aware of all. These are going to be bar violations, going to be all sorts of problems. The point is what I'm asking you to do.
So he says the girl was after the Tootsie. Basically, it sounds like to me like the girl was back with him after the Tootie's incident, telling this nigga like, "Hey, if you don't pay this $1 million, I'm about to be doing some more extra shit to you."
Okay, but we have to be careful. We got to be careful with that, because what studies show us is that individuals in abusive relationships do go back. So I always tell, because I've been hearing this. Okay, yes. No. Well, some of them might be like, you take me back, you know what I'm saying? I won't say anything and everything else. Extortion is not just always a matter of.
So she was like, take me back and pay me $1 million, because this not that.
I think no. That part, the extortion in this case, I think that there is some type of weight on it. But I just want us to be careful with saying that, oh, well, she went back to Tank after this whole situation happened, because studies do show and prove that victims in domestic violence, that's why it's called a cycle, they do go back. You know what I'm saying? So I do want us to be careful with that, with this, oh, well, she went back. Now, this does add weight to Tank's defense on the fact that if he's claiming, which he is claiming that he's innocent, this does add weight to the TRO, the temporary restraining order, because why would there need to be a TRO? And I wish this lawyer would have really went in on that. Why would we need that if she's already been in his presence after the fact? You get what I'm saying?
Well,
but we do need.
No, and I agree with you. Like, this is why I'm not. I think anyone harping on the
Hold on,
idea.
y'all. Let me get these 2 super chats. Shout out to D1 with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "What up, ladies? 5-fight deal says it all." Shout out to D1 in the cash out.
Yeah,
That's what I said, Big Supreme. I said Tank looked pissed.
Yeah, I'm disappointed about that 5-fight deal, but I would just say
shout out to Mr. Altruistic with the $10 in the Cash App. He says salute. Shout out to Mr. Altruistic. Thank you for the support to the channel.
I would just say this. I'm not one point I'm not gonna lean into too much is she's with him after the fact, because I have someone who I really love who was in an abusive situation, and I'm talking about it's mental. Like, did something to her that was so egregious. Like, I don't even want to go into it. Like, I if you know, right? So I won't say that, because like that person, they get people who are mentally not there. Anyway, the point is that I'm not gonna hop on that, because I've seen people who are, in abusive relationships go back. Sometimes it's financial manipulation, sometimes it's whatever. I think the only way it would poke a hole in anything is if she was with him and violated the restraining order that she asked for. It would depend upon if this happened after she asked for a restraining order, right? Then she legally broke something that she asked for. Other than that, I think it's a moot point, and I don't think that gives his case any strength. That's just my opinion, because people go back to the person who abused them all the time, and I've seen someone beat so severely.
Now, okay. So to argue that, as those are perfect questions, very good questions, Juke. And Big Supreme also has a really good question I'm gonna get to as well. Now, with that, so what we know with this timeline, right, Juke, in 2 cents, she filed the civil order. Now, within this, afterwards, now this is what it's saying. The next day or that following morning, a few hours later, she went to the police. She filed said that she didn't want to file criminal charges, and then pursued the civil case against him, and got the lawyer. It was quick. At least that's what we read within the civil suit. That's how I interpret it, right? And then it wasn't until afterwards, around that time when that USA Today article came out, that's when they began to talk about the restraining order, or something being of Tank staying away from her, or she staying away from Tank, something of that nature. So something happened between then. So that was like within a week or two of it. You know what I'm saying? And so if she was around Tank prior to the TRO being filed, then okay, that speaks volumes, right?
Yeah.
Now we don't know if she's been around him ever since then. That's the only thing. We don't know about that part. But we do know that she was around him prior to there being a restraint of communication between the two. So that we do know. But a lawyer, because of her statement, and again, I said this on 2 Cents channel last week, and I will, and a couple of weeks prior to that, I've continued to state that civil suit is a written statement. And so just because I keep hearing that, she doesn't have to testify, or whatever the case may be surrounding this alleged victim, they don't need her, because she got the statement already out there. And so they have to match up her statement with what is on that video. You see what I'm saying? So it can go ahead.
No, I get you saying, like, at the end of the day, the video should be all it needs. I agree. She don't need. I've been saying from the jump, they don't need her testimony. To me, if the video is saying what they says, if the video displays what is alleged, to me, the testimony from witnesses and all that is just kind of extra to just kind of like seal the deal, but that should be enough. All I'm saying is that anyone banking on the idea that she went back to him, and by the way, I just want to make it clear, this should not be an opportunity to just get off everybody's misogynistic, I hate women comments because that's what it's starting to seem like. But whatever. Just because she, like, I'm just saying that, like, we should not be harping on or banking on the idea that she may have went back to him after the fact. That's not the hammer. What the lawyer's talking about, the evidence of them trying to get money out of him is. All I'm saying is that we don't want to go sniffing up the wrong tree. That's not going to get you anywhere. There's been plenty of times where people who have been abused, they've charged people, like, complained to the law, went back with the person, they got beat again. It's a disgusting cycle that we see all the time. So I'm just saying, people are like, oh, she went back to him and that's the smoking gun. That's not the smoking gun. I'm just trying.
No, it could be though, Jupe. In certain instances, it can be though, because
I was gonna say, I think she went back more to manipulate him, more to try to get the money. That's what
or it could be a situation. Okay, no, let's keep it real though. Let's keep this 105 though, okay? Because just because these people have money, don't mean that they still don't operate within the ghetto-ness of you feel me, of how they were raised. Like, let's keep this 105. It could have been a situation where we don't know what happened, but we do know is that Tank went up in there, you feel me? He could have snatched her ass out the club. They could have made up. Let's keep it 105. She could have been on before they made up. It could have been a situation where she was heated. You know what I'm saying? She was embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? She ain't liked the way she was being treated or talked to. And she could have went to the police, which she did, filed a civil suit, and then Tank could have okay, or well, she could have went and filed the civil suit or whatever the case may be, and then got on the phone with him, got them text messages. Baby, where you at? Like, let's keep it 105. Baby, where you at? Come on home.
Key.
You know what I'm saying? Came home.
That don't matter, Key.
You feel it does, because at the end of the day,
Key, he still listen. I hear you. He could have snatched out the club to get. They made up later. You act like the law matters if you made up later. You can't snatch a human being out of somewhere. It's illegal.
No, and I get that. No, but I'm saying, because you're saying that that's a moot point. I'm saying that a good lawyer, and I'm not trying to absolve Tank of whatever is going on, because it could be a grainy video. It could be a video just showing Tank not letting her, blocking her entry. Blocking her way of leaving. We don't know what that video shows. It could be him knocking her upside her head. We don't know what that video shows. But what I'm saying to you is a good lawyer will be able to poke stories in that and say, but wait a minute, because this man is alleging, this Stinkle guy, however you say his name, is alleging extortion in various areas, from the attorney to the police, that they took a false statement. That's called perjury. That like, you can get time for that.
Oh,
you
hold
see
on,
what I'm
Key,
saying?
Let me play it.
Okay.
Let me get to that part, Key.
Okay.
And I think you have the jurisdiction to do this. And again, there is nothing that I'm telling you that the state attorney's office doesn't already know, because I've already provided it to them before today. I'm asking you to ROR him on the warrant case, but enter the stay away order, because this is no longer a prosecutable case. There's no way that the state attorney's office can go forward on a case where their alleged victim has lied to them in an effort to try and extort money out of somebody. This case is going absolutely nowhere. It's going to be a no action, and they're going to go after the people that ultimately did this to him, and he's going to become the victim in this case.
He's about to go after the people that ultimately did this to him, and he's going to become a victim in this case. Is that not crazy?
If that happened, it would be crazy. But I will just say this: if, just like I said, if he did what's alleged, I can't defend you. However, on the flip side, because I want to make it clear, I'm not for or against, because like I'm not I'm a Tank fan, but I'm not that fanned out. But at the same time, I don't believe in anyone being railroaded. If what his lawyer's saying is right, yeah, that's crazy, but it's accurate, and they need to take down everybody. And what I'm saying, the key is like, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, my argument is that his lawyer can't argue these points. That's not what I'm saying. He has a good lawyer. He could potentially get off. And it could, all I'm saying is that, all the point I'm trying to make is that if you snatch someone out the club and you made up later, fine. It doesn't change the fact that you're not supposed to snatch someone up out of the club. That's all the thing I want to make clear. Could the lawyer poke holes? Yes. And that's my problem with Tank right here. Why are you at someone's job in an aggressive manner? That's all. And it could have been, he could have been set up, came to pick her up. And I don't know. All I'm saying, I just want to make it clear here. There are some holes, some stuff not adding up, right? From the whole the marshals to now your bounty, $850, everything, nothing's adding up. I'm just saying is that could what he did be blown up more than what it is? Yes. It could. Let's say that tape shows him beating that mess out of her, you go down. Let's say that tape shows something that's nowhere near to what they describe, but it still kind of is a violation of the law, then he's still in trouble because guess what?
But it's not but it doesn't rise to the occasion. See, a lawyer is going to argue, Jupe, and I get everything
That's
that you're
not
saying.
my argument, Key. I'm not saying what the lawyer
No, but I'm just saying though, like, okay, if it's, can you argue in the court of law that what he has done, his felony accounts, you know what I'm saying, is a kidnapping charge? What was the other one? Kidnapping.
Gee, you're not hearing what I'm saying. Let me finish real quick. Yes, his lawyer could argue the charges down, right? Right? Is that what you're saying? He could argue the charges down. There's no
or absolve them.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me. NHA. What the hell do you be talking about, dog?
Yeah,
like you
just saying stuff.
I just gotta say this real quick because he be taking it too far. You always talking about how you don't know and we can't do, but you come over here, bro, and you be acting like you've dated Tank before or something. Like you just know so much about him emotionally. You know how he thinking. You know, like what do you be talking about? How do you know what Tank's problem is, NHA? You have no idea what the man's problem is. How do you know he got too many yes men around him, NHA? How would you ever know that? How do you even know that? You don't know that. You don't have any idea. I'm just saying, like, this is crazy what you're saying right here. And you really talking like you know him though. You don't know him. And you're a fan. That's it.
Just impart some wisdom on you that you also imparted on me with dealing with trolls. This is a man who got mad at me and said that I'm deflecting my hate. He got upset at me simply saying that maybe, Bud shouldn't put this out to the public. And he had a whole tirade in the chat. He's an emotionally stunted young man who's obsessed with these guys on a level that we could never be. We just going to ignore him from here on out.
Damn. But go ahead, Jude. What was you telling me?
All I was saying to you, Key, I agree. He could argue the charges down or away, potentially. All I'm saying is that even if he argued the charges down, I'm just saying that I want people to not get too carried away. It is changing like in Tank's favor, but it's not done. We don't know yet. And all I'm saying is that even if the lawyer is able to argue these charges from kidnapping to something lower, it will still be a violation of his parole or whatever in Baltimore. That's all I'm saying, which will trigger him to go to jail anyway. That's all I'm saying. So I think we're like, oh, he didn't do this, and all he did was yank her out. Yes, I hope it's not severe, and that's a good thing. Like, oh, you didn't beat the mess out of her. But you can't, like, I think we're normalizing. I just feel like with the way we're talking about this, we're normalizing certain behavior that shouldn't be normalized. Well, all he did was yank her out the club. No, you're not supposed to yank nobody out the club. You don't get to tell another adult what it can and can't be.
No, I'm not, and that's not my point. That's not what I'm arguing.
I know it's not your point. You're just saying you're saying he could argue down or up. I
no,
get it.
but I'm no,
That
but
video shows
again,
him doing anything, I got a problem.
right. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, what I've gathered from what this attorney is saying is that it's all either circumstantial or it doesn't exist, and that there's a shakedown. Like there's a conspiracy against this whole situation for $1 million payout. And so if that is the case, right, separate the Baltimore thing. Yes, he is on probation, and it does have huge implications on his future. You know what I'm saying? On what's going to occur. But at the same time, if there's a video, I will be, look, if there's a video, if Tank is fighting this and there's a video of him sitting there arguing with the woman and saying, let's go, or doing something that can be interpreted any type of way, then I'm with the lawyer. What are we here for? Is this a civil or is this a criminal? And does he deserve to go to jail for a violation of his probation? And does he deserve to go to jail for a violation? I mean, not just or for a new charge in Miami. Those are two different things. And
I
so
agree, Key. That was my argument. I agree. I agree with you 1,000%. I'm saying, and maybe I didn't make it clear enough. If that's the case, what's on that video, because then again, at the end of the day, the video is everything, right? That's gonna move us one way or another. If that video is in any way shows him physically harming her or forcing her to do something she's physically rejecting, even if that's all I'm just preparing people for. If it's a fifth, we all be drunk. I don't know. I'm just trying to look at all possibilities. If that video has him in any way trying to physically force her to do something she don't want to do or physically harming her anyway, guess what? Even if that's not gonna like wash away the fact that she tried to set him up, because both can be true. That's all that. Let's say it's both true. Let's say yes, they got evidence that she tried to get $1 million out of him, and let's say she tried to overstate what he did. Right? Like, oh, he punched me and beat me up. He didn't punch you and beat you up, but what he did do was physically try to drag you or push you somewhere. I don't think that they were. All I'm saying is that I don't know if they would just wash each other out.
But let me say this too, while we're going back and forth, so I can finish, get back to the video. I think if the video showed anything of really great significance, we wouldn't be here. That's what I think.
That's what I think too.
No,
I swear to God.
Remember, no, and I'm not disagreeing with that either. Because remember that's why I was saying when Boxing Hacker was talking about what sets the bond, he was saying flight risk, but no, it literally says, I Googled it, like what sets the bond. It says evidence strength, the strength of evidence. That's a factor. So I'm not saying one thing or another, y'all. Like I'm not arguing against y'all. Like, oh, he's definitely going down.
No, we got you, Drew.
No.
I'm just saying.
We got you.
Yeah, I just want y'all to know. Like, I'm not on that. I'm just saying, like,
I agree. If the video does show abhorrent things, then Tank needs to be in jail. I definitely agree
call
with
back.
that.
The phone line's open. Pay. I just opened them up.
What do you say? I want to see the video. I think them folks exaggerating.
Yeah,
we gotta see.
And that's making me think: is that why? Now that I see that they're saying that the evidence strength is a portion of, because like my thing is why if you're a kidnapper, you're, to me, in my opinion, a public threat. You should not have get no bond.
Especially a public threat with means. Go ahead.
Right. He got money. He can do anything.
Was there 2 cents? What was... Oh, I think 2 cents had a phone call. Okay. He said, let's not act like we don't understand what innuendo is. Sometimes females will force you to do things because they can't beat you physically. Okay, no.
Oh my God.
No.
People are trying.
No, we're not about to do this. We're not about to do this. We're not about to do the
like whatever y'all hate towards women, y'all.
No, that's not.
Hold on. Let's keep going. Let's keep the video going. Call back. Paid. It didn't go through.
Just date guys. Y'all tripping.
Multi-millionaire, well-known national boxer that's probably in the top 10 boxers in the United States right now. As a result of what they did, he had a nationally scheduled fight back in November. He lost it because of these people. He lost a payday of $20 to $40 million because of what they did, which is a collateral issue, but it's a real issue. It's a real issue. All these things happened to him because he would not give in to the extortion-like settlement demands that were made by the alleged victim. And again, everything that I'm telling you, I have in text messages, I have in emails, I have in documents, and I've provided everything to the state attorney's office. So what I'm asking you to do, I'm asking you to exercise your discretion. He's not a flight risk, obviously. What I'm asking you to do is to ROR him on the actual charges. Even it's not a big bond, it's only a $16,000 bond. I'm asking you to ROR him on that, but enter the stay away order, so it's no issue there. And because there's no question in my mind, as an ex-prosecutor who's reviewed thousands of cases, this case is not going anywhere. It is no longer prosecutable based upon the information that they have about what the victim, the alleged victim, did in this case in trying to extort $1 million out of him, which again,
his lawyer believes that the case. Call back. I don't know what's going on with my Google Voice. Call back.
He's basically
use it too often. He said that it's unprosecutable. Is that even a word?
Yes, but what he's trying to say is that what the underlying issue is that there's so much circumstantial evidence that will not hold up weight in an actual trial. That's basically what it's saying, that they don't have is and I think that's the reason why they're looking for a speedy trial. They're basically saying that the evidence that's there, again, we don't know what that evidence lies in. We don't know what Tank lawyer, we don't know what these text messages or emails look like. We don't know what the video look like. We don't know what the state have against Tank or anything. But he's saying that basically it's circumstantial. That's pretty much what he's saying. That it's some of it is by happen, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not rising up to the occasion. It's not doing enough for him.
It's not enough for you to. It's
not enough to prosecute.
Like it's nothing for you to do.
Exactly. It's not enough to prosecute him. Definitely not nothing for the charges that's being rendered against him. That's what I'm getting from it. What do you think, Jude?
It sounds like, like when he said it's not prosecutable, it sounded like
let's run it back. Pay, you gotta call back. I don't know what's going on, but I heard you talking. You didn't hear me.
But real quick, you know, I think, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna, is that him? I was gonna say it sounded like to me. Remember that thing I read? It sounded like they have like muddied the waters on their own case. Like the prosecution, I don't know, whoever works for the county, that state. It sounds like to me that they've not handled this case properly, and they handled it in a biased way, and that the whole basis of the case is based on something that's false, and they have evidence of some corruption. And once anything's corrupt, it's going to be hard to prosecute someone on that. That's what it sounds like to me, and that explains what was in that. Remember when we first read that filing? And I said, why is he asking for this particular evidence? And it was, I forget, it's called Giglio or something. Brady and Giglio. Remember? He talked about that. And when I looked it up, it was about them wanting specific documentation on everyone who was dealing with the case, their record, if they had any infractions, accused of like bias or anything. His lawyer literally did this hearing, then went on to file that. So he automatically felt like it was something amiss, and saying something's not adding up, and they want information on the defendant and everyone carrying the case. So that's what it sounded like to me. Like he feels like that they're setting him up, and he wants all documentation. So yeah, that's probably why he don't think it's prosecutable, because they kind of killed the case from the jump.
I can't wait till this evidence come out. I swear to God, I can't wait till we see what they're arguing, because you know what? If there was a situation in which, like I said before, there have been cases been thrown out because people weren't read their Miranda rights. There have been cases thrown out because people weren't, when they requested a lawyer, they were denied that, or they were put under duress, or they were coerced during the interrogation. I mean, you guys would, and I shouldn't even, because some of the comments that y'all been saying up in this chat, y'all been dealing with the law for a minute. So I don't even got to get into all of that, right? There's been so many cases where basically it has been thrown out due to a technicality. And so I keep coming back to that word because I'm wondering if it comes to a technicality. And and I said this to 2 Cents. I said that it appears that they've been doing this backwards. There has been some things that's been going on behind the scenes. I get that. Things being argued on behalf of both parties. But I'm wondering if they're working from a oh damn type of process. Like, okay, we got to get this in place, get that in place, and then with this here, because at first it was just with Tank. And now that he has hired this attorney, and it appears that he's hired this attorney within the past several weeks, and now it appears that the Miami PD and the prosecution is trying to get their ducks in a row. Because at first it went from the civil attorney wasn't able to locate Tank to serve him the paperwork, to now all of a sudden we're getting a warrant and a U.S. Marshals involved, and everybody was like, wait a minute, what? Even the attorney, Tank's attorney, was saying we didn't even know when a warrant was even being issued, because we've been talking to the DA and everybody about, about this situation and providing them with the evidence. So I definitely can't wait for everything to come on. You know what I'm saying?
All right, we got Paid called in today. What's up, Paid? What you got for the show?
What's up, 2 Cents?
What's up?
Yeah, I everything. I just wanted y'all to pick up on this. It's something that's called formal charges, meaning like the DA goes to his side or whatever, or to Tank's, and pretty much lays out what they have against him. Just because he was arrested doesn't mean that he was actually formally charged. So if you actually go to the Dade County site and you will look up like just his case in general, you will see that it hasn't said formally charged yet. So meaning the DA or the state hasn't really picked up the case. So when that changes, then that's when more than likely that's when the shit started to go to trial. But if they don't do that, more than likely they're not gonna pick up the case. So listen to everything he's saying, with that lawyer saying, and then when you check the DA website, you will see that they haven't really formally charged him yet. So just because you've been arrested don't mean you actually been formally charged.
Okay.
So that's a whole nother step. Yeah, that's a whole nother step. That's why I was kind of saying it in the chat. So when you go, even if you go and just Google what formal charges is, it'll explain everything to you. So pretty much the ball is in the DA court, right? I mean, yeah, it's in their hands right now. So they can either choose to go to trial with that, with whatever they have, or they can drop the case altogether. So that's where we at right now.
Okay, wait a minute. So Paid.
And that's pretty much all I had.
Well, what's the point? Wait, what's the point?
Can you hear Juke, Paid?
Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear her at all.
I don't think he can hear you, Juke.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask.
What's your question?
I was wondering. Okay, wait a minute. If they didn't charge you, then what? so you can get arrested on the street and not be charged. Like, what's the point of being charged? Like, so what? They arrested him on probable cause, but they're not charging him. So I don't understand. Like, why they arrest you? I thought that they have to know that you're charged to arrest you.
So they sent the marshals out you without no charges?
Right. Why was there?
Yeah, just because you get arrested doesn't mean they formally charge you. That's a whole different other situation. That's a whole different thing. That means the state actually picked up the case. That means they're going forward with the case. If they don't formally charge you, that means they're not pretty much not going nowhere with that case.
So you're saying, so basically when you get arrested.
That's why I was trying to tell, if you get on Google and you look it up, it'll explain every detail on how everything goes before they actually go to trial.
So
when would he be
charged?
charged?
Just think you did it then.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Should he have already been charged, or
no? Just because you get arrested. That's what I'm saying. If you look it up, it explains everything. Just because you've been arrested don't mean you've been formally charged. the DA has to pick up the case and actually want to go forward with the case, that means you've been formally charged now.
Okay.
So if y'all look at it, if y'all get time, just look it up real quick and it'll show you. And then if you go to the Dade County website, it'll actually show on the docket that he hasn't been formally charged either. So based on what that lawyer is saying, now you got to put 2 and 2 together. Why hasn't the state formally charged him yet?
Right. Because
so it's either they're not trying to go for that, so it's pretty much like a waiting game right now. We don't know if he actually going to get formally charged, but you would think if they got this tape in their hand, they would have been already done that.
With witnesses, allegedly.
So again, while he's saying, what the lawyer said that he has the DA already has the evidence that he's speaking about right now, kind of lets you know maybe not, they're not going to go forward with it. That's just a little birdie in the air for right now.
All right. Shout out Paige. Thank you, Paige, for calling in. All right, so let's finish this video. We back on it. Listen, I hear what everybody's saying, but to me, at this point, I mean, you got the lawyer, like, it's interesting what he's saying right now under oath in front of this judge. And people say, because my thing has been like, if Tank is innocent, guilty, why would he go through all this? And people be guilty and go to court all the time. And I'm like, y'all are right. People do be guilty and go to court all the time, but not people with so much to lose.
Fresh said, for example, I got charged with obstruction, spent a week in jail, and the DA dropped the case. They didn't want to go forward. Well, okay. Well,
no, that makes sense. Now I think about it, it makes sense because people get charged for stupid stuff all the time. Like they get arrested for stuff all the time, and a lot of the cases don't go. Yeah, that makes sense. I just hadn't really thought about it, but yeah, I guess it makes sense. Yeah.
But my whole thing is that they made such a big deal out of this situation, especially with the press conference. I don't think that this will look bad on Miami PD.
Got me because normally when you see people will do a press conference,
the press conference is so unnecessary.
The marshals after you, and you do all that, and then the first red flag for me was when you normally see stuff like that. You'll hear updates like, hey, we're looking for this fugitive, this criminal. He's so dangerous. And then they're gonna be like, oh, he was last seen here. If you see him, report him to us because the marshals are after him. We were told that they did a press conference, the marshals were after him, and we didn't hear nothing else until they said he was arrested. And then who was he arrested by? It wasn't the marshals, right? So then he got arrested, and then he was out within like a couple hours on $850. And then according to, you didn't finish playing the video, but we'll see how it got down. Wow, there was a discrepancy. That's nothing that's amazing. The discrepancy between the bond is kind of explained in this video as well. You're telling the public, oh my God, he's a huge threat. And then you're like, but you can go home for $850. It's like, what? That don't match. And so that's why I'm like, I don't even know what to think. Right? But at the same time, they kept saying you have probable cause. So something on that video gave them probable cause. And it better be. They have to now because you said that her testimony matched some of the video. That's why you arrested him in the first place.
Key elements.
Key elements, right? But them key elements better be keying.
Key elements means we see y'all arguing on the camera.
Well, the thing
we are going no, because they explicitly said he pulled her hair and forcibly got her on a staircase. They said something like he touched her hair or pulled her hair.
He grabbed the back of her head or back of the neck.
Yeah,
pulled her hair and I think it was like forced her out.
Right.
Down the stairway
through a room that he found her. What did it say? What that lawsuit said?
That did not have any recording, cameras. No video,
But
no
camera. He
cameras.
know where the camera's at.
But he found her there, though. They tried to say he forced her there, but then they said he found her there in a room with no cameras.
Well, first of all, the very first time it came out, I thought he just like physically, like, you know, like was throwing combos on her. It went from I beat you up to now I forced you out to now. I don't know, and that is kind of a
But the
red
thing
flag.
is, this is the biggest on the website. Not to cut you off, Queen, but this is the
Go
big
ahead.
on the website. It says the biggest strip club, right? That's what I saw. And so, from my understanding, I've heard it from both women and men. Um, in these chats that have been a frequent at Tootsie's or live in Miami, including Upper, they said that this is a very heavily secured, camera ready, police heavy area. No matter what day it is, it's always cracking. That's what they told me. Okay, I've never been. But so for my thing is, if y'all seen this woman in distress and being physically assaulted from one pillar to another, or I don't give a damn if it was in a bathroom, I don't give a damn if it was in the front, I don't give a damn where it was. From what is being described, she was getting hands and feet put on her. And now it's being switched to she got snatched, pulled, hair pulled, neck pulled, all this other stuff. It don't matter. Where was security and where was the police to arrest him right then and there? That has always been my thing. Like, why wasn't she protected if this is the biggest strip club in the country?
I mean, I don't even think it matters if
Yeah,
it's the biggest or not. I will say what she could do. Let's say he did this and all this. She absolutely could add her employer to the lawsuit because you have a reasonable. You have to in somewhat protect your employees, right? So she absolutely could add them to the lawsuit because you're supposed to have security to prevent. Because think about it, you're at a club. You know you have dancers. People are drinking, and sometimes people get out of hand. Some people can't hold their liquor. So I would assume that you would have a situation where you can protect these ladies. And to my understanding, she's a bartender, whatever, right? She shouldn't be able to get kidnapped during her work shift. So
right.
on top of suing Tank, she should be able to sue them too
The
because
company as well.
right, because you have a reasonable responsibility to keep your employees safe.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, yeah, she absolutely. And again, like I said, if he did this, she just all the money she want to get. But her company should have protected her too. Should nobody have to pop up at your job and drag you out the dang on place and put no, like that's
And
crazy.
that's why I'm saying that there's implications in all of this, in which that's why I feel like now they're like, okay, this is what it appears to me. Now they're like, oh shoot, speaking on behalf of the Miami PD. It looks like they're like, oh shoot, now we gotta really get something concrete and put all this stuff together and charge him
But they can't if they
because
don't got nobody cooperating no more, Key.
no, but they got the video, they said. So they really don't, you
But
feel
the
me?
thing
And
is, the
they already have her
cooperators.
statement. So if they have all these things, it should be a slam dunk. But what I'm saying is it appears so far that they're like, oh shoot, we gotta get this together and make it ironclad to go after him since he got stinkling them boys and they poking holes and doing all of this at our statements and what we're trying to argue, because there's so many implications. Like Jupe said, she can go after the club, she can go after security, because we know that those are contracted positions most of the time, so she can go after
I
that
think.
security company.
Yeah,
What
no,
if he
yeah.
tries to like sue them or something, and then like he win or
Yeah,
something, then
and
they
maybe she
decide to
might want
drop
to
the
get there,
case?
and it's possible she could go after them later. You know, you want to get your primary. Like if Tank did this, you know, you want to get him first, and she could always go after the club later, right? So I'm not saying that's evidence that he didn't do it. I'm saying that she needs to get him and the club, right?
Right, but well, what if, I don't know how they operate in Miami, right? But the strip clubs I know out here for a fact have deals and have businesses going on the side with police. Okay, that's just a fact. They be smoking, you know what I'm saying? They be doing drugs in these strip clubs. be smoking weed, doing all kind of stuff up in there, and they pay a fee to the police officers not to come in and raid them. That's just a fact of that's just what I know. Okay. And that goes for any of what comes to stores and everything else. You're going to pay off the certain city council members. Hey, don't come up in the store because we selling, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people ain't got to use a food stamp card to get certain food items. You feel me? Like, it's certain deals and everything that everybody make. So my point is, it could be a situation where, you know what I'm saying, this man didn't grease some palms with a couple of people. So maybe his thing is, you know, he want to get paid too. You know what I'm saying? For the, like, there's so many like that's how my mind worked. Like, okay, what would make this man come out, the owner
Is
of
that? Oh,
Tennessee's?
my bad, Key. I'm not trying to cut you off. Is that why they was trying to fake serve him?
That's what I'm trying to get to, because it's like, what would make this man, what would make the Tusi's owner come out and say X, Y, and Z, all of a sudden he disappeared. We don't hear about him no more. Right?
Well, this is another thing about this is another thing. Like, everybody keeps saying, oh, well, people are not gonna cooperating. That, to me, that's irrelevant. You know why? Because even when they did get their statements, right? Because like, oh, because I keep people saying, oh, Tank gonna pay everybody off. Number one, if they got the video, you can't pay for a video to go away. Diddy is one of the richest people on earth. Guess what? That video came out. I'm sorry. Tank ain't as big as Diddy. Okay? That's number one. Number two is, oh, people not cooperating. If you got a video, you don't need cooperation. Number three is that, oh, the witnesses. Well, the witnesses already not contradicted each other, but every witness had something different. One witness said, I was there, I didn't see anything. One witness said, I saw him grab her hair. One witness says, I just saw them walking peacefully and nothing happened. The witnesses never corroborated each other anyway, if you look at the witnesses. So they're like, oh, they're going to change their story. It didn't. That's why I said the witnesses are not the strong point here, because they never, you didn't have more than one person saying they saw one thing. Everyone said they saw something different.
Right, but at the same time, though, Jude, but friend, if they saying,
Let me finish this. Oh, let me finish the video. Here we go.
He say at this point, it's he say, she say. They're canceling each other out.
Right, and if I'm Tank defense team, I'm using all that because
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying is that the witnesses ain't even a thing. It got at this point.
It's the thing for Tank them team, because if the video, let me tell you something. If the video shows Tank walking into the club, right, and then approaching the alleged victim, and standing in front of her and having an argument, okay, and it's just mano y mano, and she appears to be in distress, right, or he tries to, you know what I'm saying, or grabs her arm and tries to, you know what I'm saying, lead her out the club, and she says no, and say that's all that they have, because we really don't know what they have. But look, that's when the witnesses say, okay, so then what happened after that, and then they would testify. Okay, so then after that video, after they got out of frame, I saw Tank Davis do X, Y, and Z to her. That's why the witnesses are key important to that.
No, I hear you, Key, but guess what? You know the problem. This is why I'm saying the witnesses, and I could be wrong. Like I'm saying, neither one of us are lawyers. I'm just giving my opinion here.
Mm-hmm.
If that's all the video shows, then it means that that's it, because the video is supposed to allege battery and kidnapping.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the witnesses, because guess what? You can bring the witness and say, I saw him grab her hair. They cancel each other out, because then the defense is going to have a witness saying that he didn't see that happen at all. You have two conflicting witnesses. That's all I'm saying.
No, absolutely, and I definitely agree with that.
The tape has this. At the end of the day, we shouldn't even be here. The tape got to be all it is, because the whole reason.
They better hope that it's all that it is.
Right. The tape's supposed to show everything, because it was enough. You said it was probable cause to arrest him. So at this point, I have to assume that the video showing him physically kidnapping her and battering her, right? That's it, because the witnesses already
Can't show nothing else.
It has to.
That's what y'all said. But let me read this real quick and let me finish the video. But it says, do y'all think the description of the video the USA Today described was bogus? Now, the club owner is the one who described the video. So my thinking, I don't know. Is he in on the extortion? Would be the question that I have. And
But we can't. But the lawyer did say in that article that he showed it to somebody.
Right. They said they should. But what did he show? What did he show him though? Is the question. But I mean, we're just gonna have to wait to see. It has to be a video. Is all I'm saying.
It has to be.
There's a video and it's something on it.
The whole
we just don't know what.
about to be the county about to be in trouble. Someone says, "Nah, you need the witnesses." The whole reason he was arrested is supposed to be the probable cause of what's on the video. You can say you need the. I'm not saying you don't need the witnesses. All I'm saying is that they cancel each other out. That's all I'm saying. One saying I saw it. One person saying I saw them not. I saw something that potentially. One is saying yes, the victim's right. The other one saying the defendant's right. They cancel, and then one saying I didn't see nothing. They cancel each other out.
Right.
That's
so without a video or the witnesses, y'all done.
They cancel each other out. You don't
right,
there's not,
let me tell you, but
hold on, let's finish this video, y'all.
Oh, Big Supreme. Are you playing the 2 cents?
Y'all can't hear it? Oh, my bad. It's the wrong.
Oh, you see a still picture of Tank.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Sharing the wrong screen. Sharing the wrong screen.
No, they had her with the her testimony. Happened on me, still couldn't cook me. Dondrick, what the hell do you be getting involved in, bro?
I know Dondrick be
worried about
do
you.
now.
It's kind of a little computerized again. All I'm saying, like,
Dondrick be worried. I'm worried about you and Big Supreme, y'all.
But real quick, when it comes to the whole, you need the testimony in cases where the victim don't survive. They don't get the victim's testimony. If there's a video of you harming that person to the point where they're no longer here, you're done. That's proof that you don't always need the victim's testimony, because sometimes the victim don't survive. That's all I want to say. The video convicts people every day without testimony.
All right, here we go, y'all.
An objection to an ROR.
Yes. A judge has already found probable cause. The state's requesting the bond that was endorsed on the warrant, as well as the stay away order. I understand that counsel has issues he'd like to raise, but those would be better raised in front of the division judge.
Your Honor, with all due respect, I know who the prosecutor is, and she's a very, 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 very nice and ethical girl. However, she knows nothing about what took place in this case, but there are other people in the state attorney's office that do.
Now, he said, I'm sure the prosecutor's a very ethical girl, meaning she don't know what the fuck going on and the dirty shit that she's trying to represent right now. But the other people, they know what's going on. But she don't. So she just like, objection. She just going by what, you know what I'm saying? She got the case. She read over the case. She see what's going on. Okay, listen, they already got the warrant. She don't know about the extortion, about the false reports and all of that. She don't know nothing about that. The judge looking at her like, you got an objection? Like you got something to say? Because she's just sitting there. She don't really know what's going on.
So the position that she's taking is really inconsistent with other people in the office that know what was going on here. If she wants to speak to them first, that's fine. But everything that I'm saying, this is not an issue of first impression. I've submitted all this information to the state attorney's office prior to today. I just did not know that he was going to get arrested yesterday, or I would have had a few more days to prepare them. Just luck of the draw. We wound up here today. That's all it was.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Davis, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are CMR. By the way, our echo is back. Video, can you do anything about the echo? Jesus, somebody have their microphone on here because it's making me nuts. Is your microphone off, Eric? All right. Also, no contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. So no texting, emailing, or social media contact. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. You are also ordered to stay away from the Tootsie's Cabaret establishment at 150 Northwest 183rd Street in Miami Gardens, Florida. Do you understand the stay away order, sir? I can't hear him. He's muted, so we have to unmute him so I can hear him acknowledge the stay away order on the record.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Steckel, I understand the argument you made. There was an independent video that's alleged here that the police also watched that I believe supported allegations the victim made. There is probable cause for the charges. I understand you're saying he's not a flight risk, but I believe a bond is appropriate to ensure his appearance in court.
So it said that the video supported some allegations that she made. Like, we got to think about this is a court of law, so the words they're using matter and how they're using them. It supported some of the allegations that she made. It didn't show what happened. That's not what they said. It supported some of the allegations. The key elements is what they said in the police press conference. Key elements.
And again, the key elements. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Keith.
And again, the key elements could have been him standing in front of her while she was trying to leave. The key elements could have been him grabbing her. The key elements could have been him intimidating her, because they used several of the text messages in that civil suit of her feeling as though she was being threatened or that he was going to come to her home and do it again. So it could have been anything. Go ahead, 2 cents.
Attempted kidnapping, I'll set that at, I'll split 1 and 2. Count 1 being attempted kidnapping will be $5,000. Count 2, false imprisonment, is $2,500, and count 3,
That's what it
battery
was, false
will be
imprisonment.
$1,000. So the total bond is $8,500. Sir, Mr. Davis, you have a very good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Listen to your lawyer. Thank you, Mr.
Your Honor, just one thing. I just want to make sure the corrections knows the only impediment to posting the bond was just the stay away order. You've now entered the stay away order, so corrections would know that there's no longer an impediment to posting of the bond.
Corrections knows they can bond him out. He's free to post his bond. His bondsman's here, in fact. It's a bondsman.
There's nothing.
So I'm
holding
sure.
Wait a minute. What were the 3 charges?
corrections?
Kidnapping, false imprisonment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't remember what the third one was.
What was the third one? False imprisonment, kidnapping, and what else? Is that the only 2?
There's nothing.
So I'm
holding
sure
him on the car.
Battery.
And battery.
Corrections
Okay.
knows they can bond him out.
Thank
Sir,
you, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, you have a very good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Listen to your lawyer. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Listen to your lawyer. So if the judge is telling Tank to listen to the lawyer, why y'all in the chat can't listen to the lawyer? I don't understand. Y'all sitting up here trying to go against everything the man lawyer saying.
Yo, like your chat, ugh, girl. I was reading this article about how like people are panicking because like the birth rate's down and like more women, like, you know, and women aren't, you know, kind of like recoiling from tradition and not wanting to marry. Your chat explains why. Like, oh my God.
Like they just don't like Tank.
No, like they were talking about how like they're panicking and that's why they're trying to like make programs to help women, like, you know, like to kind of encourage women to marry more men, because they're saying women are like not as interested in marriage and they don't want to have kids, and not their chat explains it, and I have to champion it at this point because wow, y'all are woo. Anyway, I will say like she said that his lawyer was like listen to your lawyer. And that explains because remember how there was this discrepancy between his bond, like they kept saying 1,600, then it ended up being 800. Well, that's why she literally because what it sounded like to me, so this is what it is. She's just presiding over the bond hearing itself. She's instructed and she's kind of limited to what she can do. He was saying use your discretion, and she has discretion, but that discretion is limited, right? It sounded like to me he just wanted to get these things on the record, right? Because he knew that this whole video would come out eventually. And also, you know what? Why not try it? But what it did do is knock that bond down because she could have set it higher.
Right.
It was initially supposed to be set at 1,600. So she's like, dang, I'm gonna get you off my back because you tripping. She basically the whole time was like, you have to tell this to the other judge. Tell us to the other judge. And he's saying the DA has it, this person has it, blah, blah, blah. He's putting pressure on her. So, she couldn't.
And it worked.
It worked. It did. Because now because he understands that not only is this an attack on you legally and can affect your freedom, it's affecting your public perception. But you know this video is going to get out, and now it can potentially affect and change the public perception. Lawyers are smart. They know what they're doing, right? So even though I might, again, what they say, if you ask for the stars, you'll land on the moon. That's kind of what this was to me. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get her to completely not do a bond because she was already ordered to do so. Like it was a parameter.
Right. She has to do it.
And right. So he knew that she couldn't, but it was the fact that I'm going to put this on the record. And I know
you're going to have to do something.
The record's going to get out there and you're going to do something. And she did.
And that's why he asked her what was very slick. He asked her, did she want to see the evidence?
Yep, and she knew
and she said no.
Force her hand.
Yeah, exactly. And she said no. And so I think and that's absolutely right. He said all those things to get it on the record, not only for the perception, but to be on the record. You want to get these things out so that it can be known, number one, what your fight, what your position is. And when this goes to trial, he can go back and say, hey, this has already been on the record. We've already explained this to y'all of what is being, of what is occurring. This also puts pressure on the DA because, okay, look at what he's saying. So what will this, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, now what we arguing? What evidence do they really have? Because I don't know, even though he said that he's given the evidence to them and wrote up these things, we truly don't know what he's given them. And so now that the DA has a gist of their argument and where they're coming from, is going to be on them to say, okay, do we hold, do we go through with this, or do we fold and say, you know what, we're not charging them?
Yeah, he put some unsurmountable pressure on the DA because now that we have this in context, and that's why I was asking KO what happened first, because apparently the document that we read last week, ladies, was after this hearing. So now it makes sense, right? Because I'm like, what you mean you won't Brady and Jiggly old material? Like, why made you ask for that, right? Why would you ask? I'm like, okay, because again, I thought it was a law firm. I really did. But I'm like, why would you ask for that, right? And it explains everything because you're saying that this man's a victim. Now, whether he is or not remains to be seen. But you believe apparently that there's forces at play within the state, within the prosecutor office, within the county, what have you, that you feel is fishy and you feel like you have evidence. So I'm going to resort back to that document. And he immediately, he said Tank is going to stand mute. And by standing mute, they have to force in a guilty plea, right? And he can't incriminate himself. If you notice, Tank says very little. And you know, in previous times, he'll go on Twitter and say whatever. His lawyer's telling him to shut up.
Right? And what she's low key telling him, Jupe, is keep
you
your
gotta
nose
follow
clean.
it.
Keep your nose clean. Stay out of trouble. Do what you got to do. Like that's in so many words.
Listen to
That's
your
pretty
lawyer.
much
Is
what
what
she
she
tell
said.
you. Exactly. Basically, keep your goddamn nose clean. That's what any lawyer is going to tell you during this situation. You get into it with another confrontation with another woman, it's over with. Or with the same woman, it's over with. Matter of fact, bring a cot, a blanket, and a pillow to that damn gym. Sleep, live, eat, crap, all of that out of that damn gym. No, I'm dead serious because this.
No, I'm serious too, and that's why, like, I don't get mad at people not. Like, you kind of burnt up because you keep getting the allegations. Have you been convicted? No. But I'm okay. Like, I'm not mad about people saying, oh, he did it. He maybe have done it because, where there's smoke, people anticipate fire. So right now, my thing is, have I ever seen him physically like punch, strike? No. But when he dragged that woman out of that seat, to me, that was like over the top. And people say, all he did was drag her out. Yeah, but you still shouldn't have done that. You cannot forcibly yank someone out like people. And I think people like, oh, rationalize it, normalize it. No, like, because I know people don't have a hard time understanding this. Women are human beings. We're adults. We're human. We're our own human. We don't. Our existence is not about you, and that's a thing that people have a problem with. I don't know if he got abandonment issues, what his problem is, but he need to fix it, bro. Because like, you about to mess up your whole career. And then my whole thing is like, why are you at her job? I know you starting working on her job, and you supposed to be in camp, so that was so stupid. But it doesn't. So I understand people might like not give him the benefit of the doubt, but at the end of the day, we have never seen actual evidence of him like beating up a woman. We do have footage of him being aggressive, which that's all you need. That's a spark, right? But with everything his lawyer said, it makes that filing from his lawyer make more sense, and why he says, okay, so if you remember, he asked for a trial.
Yep.
I want this to go like we want. And he didn't even have the video at this point when he did.
He was trying to do the civil suit. He wanted the civil suit to go to trial.
He wanted the civil suit to go. No, this is a response to the criminal suit.
When we read the civil suit, at the end of the civil suit, he said he wanted to go to trial.
Okay, right. Okay, so this is I'm reading the thing. I'm reading the report. This is like a couple hours. This is the same date, January 29th, 2:17 p.m. This is after his bond hearing. Same day. So the same day we seeing Tank in the orange jumpsuit, same day. It says, comes now, Simon T. Steckel, blah, blah, blah. The defendant also hereby requests a reasonable time within which to file motion or objections attacking the information and charging documents filed in this case. And the case number, it says criminal division. So this is him filing for the criminal division, not the lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
And he says,
yeah, they want to go to trial.
Right. He's asking for trial for the criminal suit. And it says, his demand for discovery pursuant to the rule above in the state of Florida, blah, 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 blah. And it says, I'm sorry, disclose the undersigned and applicable information for Rule 3.20. I don't know what that is. I'll look it up. In addition, the defendant would demand the production of all Brady and Giglio material, such as expository and or impeachment material. Anything that could potentially impeach her, he wants it. This would include notifying the accused of the potential existence of all said material said not currently in the possession. So he's saying, I want stuff that's in your possession and that will officially be in your possession in the future.
Right, right.
It says demand for copy. Oh my God, so much legal jargon. It's annoying.
Man, I wanted to talk to y'all tonight about Floyd Mayweather suing Al and Dana White hearing that he had today, but it don't look like we're gonna be able to get to it because I'm getting sleepy and we're about to go around and let everybody get their final 2 cents. But go ahead, you ain't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just reading that and like I was just saying that it made because at the time I read it last week, it didn't make as much sense, but it does now. And this is my last 2 cents. We're not gonna get to the Floyd stuff. 2 cents. I get that. I will say I don't know what's happening, and right now I'm just gonna take it day by day. I don't know. I'm a Tank fan. I do like to see. I think he's an amazing talent. I will hope he is not done something so stupid, but we'll see. But I will just say, I felt like a couple weeks ago we went from, oh my God, we're never going to see Tank fight again to, ooh,
now he's a victim.
Now you're the victim and you might own the state of Florida, right? Like, they're like, are you going to Florida? It's going to be called Javante. I don't know, right? So we don't know. We don't know. And we'll see what happens, but it's looking a little crazy, and I think this is exactly why we say we need to wait till everything comes out. If this woman lied on him, she lied on him, right? Things happen, she could have lied. That's potential, and it's up to the character of each person because we all know both genders do crimes. Please, whatever, y'all do what y'all want to do because y'all got y'all battles, okay? Getting away from that. I've been a Shakur fan for a long time. I rooted for him since he was a silver medalist and going for the gold and didn't make it. I said he should have got it, right? I've been a Shakur fan for a very long time. I always wanted Tank versus Shakur. That's the fight out. I remember people saying Tank versus Devin's the fight. I always said I thought that Tank versus Shakur would be a better fight and it made more sense. And so it hurts me that we're not going to get it. But at the end of the day, I have to acknowledge it. Like, people kept telling me Tank's a duck, and I was like, okay, maybe he is. Who knows? But anyone, which it seems today, no one wants to acknowledge it. Tank is owed a lot. He's owed some apologies, and he maybe owed many more. He's done what we asked him to do, which is to reach out and make these fights. He attempted, and Shakur had other plans. And Shakur, it seems, is following the advice of his big brother, which is not necessarily a problem, but the difference is that you're not in the same seat as Bud. When Bud bucked the WBC, when Bud made these decisions, he was already a multi-division undisputed champion. They can't punish him. There's nothing they can do for him because he was on his way out anyway. That's not the same seat that Shakur sits in, so I need him to understand that. And you're thinking, oh, I beat Teofimo, which, is not you shock the world. Teofimo's a good name, but no one thought Teo can do anything with you. So I want him to really be careful in how he navigates. I don't need Tank. Okay, cool. Stand by that. Because we don't know. The boxing world is kind of taking a new shape. Everyone's splitting. And I just don't know if that's going to be smart for him. Like, I really am worried for Shakur a little bit. Again, he's still one of my favorite fighters, but am I about to go to back and argue it? No, because you made me look crazy arguing that you still want the Tank fight, and not only did you turn it down, you signed the fight. It's confirmed, which I kind of suspected that you were still with him, but I didn't know how many. You turned down that fight, and you went and got a 5-fight deal with Eddie Hearn, which now you're, to me, Devin 2.0. I'm going to call off the big names and do something else. I don't care what you do now. I don't care if you get Tank versus Shakur now. I wanted it, but no, I'm not gonna ask somebody to give up some stuff that they work for because I wouldn't do it. So that kind of sucks for me. But it is what it is. Boots and Virgil, I don't know what Boots gonna do.
Oh, I ain't even get on Eddie Hearn and this. So much to cover. There's been so much going on in boxing.
Also for Eddie Hearn because you went from Boots, and the minute Kelly got that belt, he don't have to fight Boots, and this was what bothers me. He don't have to fight him. Yes, I had him sign, but he And I said, this is what bothers everybody. Oh, Eddie Hearn, the best promoter ever. He's turned. This is exactly what Andrade went through. It's the exact same thing. And so if he don't, if Boots do not get Kelly next, he needs to bounce. You have a better chance with PBC at this point. You do, because PBC and Top Rank are working together. So that's what. And then like it's so crazy. Josh Kelly like, oh yeah, I signed for Boots, but once I found out that I won, yeah, screw Boots. It's like, and then people are blaming Boots, telling him he has to take responsibility. He's openly being ducked. Like, what are we talking about here? And
he's openly being ducked.
Openly, like he literally said, "Yeah, I signed to fight him, but now I'm not because I got a belt." And people are like, "Well, we got to look at Boots." Like, are you crazy? It's crazy. That we didn't get to Mayweather.
Listen, I'm probably gonna go live tomorrow, y'all. Make sure I got y'all notifications.
I'm gonna say my Mayweather comments for tomorrow then, because I found the article that went a little bit more in depth, and I understand a little bit more now. But either way, this was an amazing night. Thank you, 2 Cent, Key with the T, who always has so much amazing commentary and information to share with us. Oh, one last nugget, and I don't know if this means anything or not, but when it comes to Shakur being stripped, there's a person who I follow on one of my social media accounts who I know knows Tank, and he seemed to know that a particular belt was about to come available, like a couple minutes before it was announced. And I don't know why I don't know a connection to make it at, but that's weird. I don't know, but either way, it is what it is. Thank you guys. I'm about to go ahead and eat and get some sleep, and I will talk to you guys later. Thank you for having me, 2 Cent. Respect to you, Queen Key, and y'all have a good night.
All right, Juke. Good night. Good night. Chef Juke. Good night, Chef Juke. Shout out to Chef Juke. Thank you for coming up on the panel, always supporting Ladies Night each and every Friday night. Your presence is greatly appreciated, along with your wisdom and knowledge. And everybody can't wait for a good Chef Juke cook session. Key, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well, first, let me say salute to you, 2 Cents. Make sure you guys subscribe to my girl channel. Salute to Juke. I think we were saying the same thing. And even if we did disagree, that's still my girl, man. Like, it's never going to be no bad blood or tension or anything like that. I hope that she didn't come away from that. She did amazing. She always, every time she comes on here, she always enlightened me to some things. And tonight she did the same thing. So salute to that queen. It's always an honor to share the platform with her. But I do want to say, as far as this Tank situation go, I will always, whether it's NHA Tube, Hannibal, Boxing Hacker, no matter who, Boxing Supreme, or I'm sorry, Big Supreme, Tony Reviews, anybody, I will always say innocent until proven guilty, because that's what we're taught, right? Dondrick, even though Dondrick then admitted several crimes that he has done. Dondrick been going through some things, him and Cash Crypto. I will always say innocent until proven guilty, because we have that. Everybody has a right to due process and everything. Approached, whether it's in drug court, which is absolutely hilarious. I encourage everybody to experience sit in a session of drug court, because you guys, none of this stuff is new to me. What Tank Davis or any of these fighters, or even football players and NBA players, because that's what I watch, when I hear certain things, accusations and everything arise, from baby mama drama to drugs, DUIs, everything, I've seen it. I like, this is basically what we go through in this field, in this specified field. And I will always say innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, right? And with this whole Tank Davis situation, the things that I'm seeing with this is it appears that I'm a stand on it. It appears that there are some technicality issues because I listen to things that are not just said, but things that are unsaid, which allows me to connect puzzle pieces within myself, my own theories, and put it together. And I have a 99% accuracy rate when it comes to these things because I've been in this field for 10 plus years now. And I've heard it all and seen it all. And from my standpoint, it appears that there has been some technicality issues. It appears that there's some discrepancies in this case that the lawyer he didn't of what he said. And I just want to put this on record. That lawyer, Steckel, or however you say his name, and I don't mean to mispronounce it, he didn't have to say all that. He could have just kept it at the ROR and the bail. He didn't have to put all that out there. And so I agree with you that it's not only a perspective to get to get the people talking, which we are doing, but it's also a slam dunk for them. And so for those that are thinking that he failed at it or it didn't work, it did. It really did. And a good state attorney, the DA, should have said objections and have not allowed him to get off like that. They should have just said, okay, thank you, asked and answered. Or okay, objection, we've already, you know what I'm saying, we've already went through this. Like he's being redundant. You know what I'm saying? They should not have let that man go off like that, but he did. And so now we're here. And lastly, this is not me victim blaming. I will never victim blame. Again, what I have always stood on, 2 Cents can attest to this. When I heard about the situation, as everybody else did, and I reached out to my person, all I heard was, yo, we don't know what the heck, it did not happen like that. And when Tank put out that statement and said that because, he didn't do it, but because his name was attached to it, everybody ran with it. My antennas went up, exactly. And then now all of a sudden we get this whole avalanche of just boom, 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 just movement. And it's like, yo, what the heck is going on? And again, I feel like there's some discrepancies in there, some technicalities in there. And I think this lawyer who, again, as myself, Jupe, and 2 Cents have said, these type of lawyers don't just accept any cases. And they have a winning percentage, and they know him in Miami. And so I'm very curious to see how this turns out. I would pray, because domestic violence with men and women is is running rampant right now. And we're seeing what's going on with a trafficking, with these files and everything that's being released that's implicating people in various countries, including our own. I would hope that this is not one of those type of cases where this individual has muddied the waters, and you know what I'm saying, and said and did some things that she wasn't supposed to, because she could be held in contempt as well. I'm praying that it's not one of those situations, but again, we have to let this play out. This is why I say you're innocent until proven guilty. And I'll leave with this example. Jay-Z was tried, and I continue to give this example. Jay-Z received notice back in 2024 that an individual was suing him. The lawyer was named Tony Busby. And what ended up happening, he said, no, I'm not settling, because they went after money. And then next thing you know, Tony Busby tried to tie Jay-Z into the Diddy situation. And they made this whole big spectacle. And what we end up finding out, that not only was Tony Busby coercing this lady, but that the lady ended up suing Tony Busby in the situation. You understand? And that Jay-Z was found, didn't even have to go to trial. And so what I think what this lawyer is attempting to do, even though he's asking for a trial, I think he's trying to beat it before the trial even starts and get it settled and have this just go away and Tank to walk free. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the situation because I've seen this before. But if it does go to trial and they're so confident in this situation, then guess what? This is going to be a hell of a we're going to have a hell of a content for the next few months as this lead up to it. But I'll leave y'all with that. 2 cents again. I thank you. Shout out to the kings and the queens that was in the chat from J-Man, Big Supreme, and everybody. I really appreciate you guys. And as always, I'm out.
Shout out to Key with the tea with the awesome cook, Juke. Key, thank you for joining me each and every night on Ladies Night, Friday night. So many people come by and tell me, I can't wait till Ladies Night. That's my favorite show. I love Juke. Oh, I love Key. She always got the tea. They always come in, hitting me up in the chats, letting me know if they like Tuesdays After Dark, if they like Ladies Night. So far, Ladies Night has been a hit. It'd be a battle between Ladies Night and 2 Cents After Dark. The Sunday Review show, it's not that long of a show, so I don't really get too many hits on that. But that's just like a little review show, so we can kind of just wrap up real quick so I can chit chat with y'all before the week gets started about the things that happen throughout the week and stuff that maybe you didn't get your chance to get your 2 cents about or whatever. You can come by and just do it real quick on Sunday. Tony Busby is not in jail. Let me get shout out to if you haven't already, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button. I got 14 super chats today. Could we get the 20 super chats today? If you really enjoy the show, before I end the live tonight, just take some time to show your support, whether you hit the Cash App or you hit the super chat. But at the very least, hit that push that like and subscribe button. Bird Weezy with the $4.99 in the super chat. She says, here's the link for what Oscar had to say about Floyd. Shout out to Bird Weezy. Next we got Ishmael in the super chat with the $5. He said he's just supporting the channel. Shout out to Ishmael. Your support is greatly appreciated. And shout out to NHA22 with the $10 in the super chat. He says, this is for all the hard work you put in tonight defending that degenerate serial woman beater, ladies. Shout out to NHA2 with the $10 in the super chat. Well, so much to talk about, so much we didn't get to. I'll probably pop up and do a live for maybe about 2 hours tomorrow so we can discover Floyd Mayweather suing Al Heyman, but not really, and everybody want to run with it because, oh my God, I knew it. Al Heyman has been making his fighters rich so he could steal from him all of this time. I knew it. All the PBC Al Heyman haters like craziness. But we're gonna discuss that. And it was another thing. It was the Dana White's hearing about him trying to hide evidence and him basically saying he don't do anything at the UFC. He's a CEO of the company, but he don't do nothing. He don't do no matchmaking. He don't do no contracts. He don't read no contracts. He don't know what they look like. He don't know nothing. I don't know. I'm the CEO, but I don't know how nothing works. I don't know nothing. I don't do nothing. Don't nobody ask me nothing. So my question is, Dana, what the hell do you do, Dana? What do you do? And if you ain't been doing nothing at the UFC, why they want you to come over and do nothing at Zuffa? But that is just a topic for tomorrow. And let me say this too before tomorrow. Guys, you cannot put anything illegal in a contract. People say, oh, well, Floyd not going to sue Al Heyman because he got in the contract. If you do something illegal or you have something illegal in a contract, it is null and void if it's illegal, and then now I can sue you. That's how it works. So the fact that Floyd is not suing Al, he's suing Showtime and Espinosa says a lot. Come on, man, y'all gotta think. This is a high IQ platform. So when you come over here, I know you might start to glitching a little bit. It might be a little cognitive dissonance because the common sense and the logic, it just might be too sharp for you in the beginning. But I promise you, if you keep coming around, if you work on comprehension, if you work on listening, you will absolutely love this platform. I promise you. But listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, cussing you out, timing you out the chat, kicking you off the panel, leaving you in the background, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing. When we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.